Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's 10:17 here in Antigua and Barbuda, and we have a restart of this second innings of the Windward Island Volcanoes. The rain, it was 1 over and 1 ball bowled. And during that process, the Windwards will restart at 180 for 7 with 61.1 overs. Umpires, Reefer and Duguid already out. So two of the players, and the batsman walking out, Sonny Lambris on 16, Shamar Springer on naught from 4. The Windward Islands lead by 184 runs. Mali's going to be a start and stop day.
I think it will be. Clouds just setting up to the east of the CCG once again. So as you said earlier, I think we'll have a few disruptions. It's how the players manage the stop-start day. I think the team that manages it best have the best chance of at least holding the advantage.
I want to give some major credit, Mali, to the ground personnel here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. There are 12 young men, and they've really put in some work to be able to clear off the covers both east, west, and get them in position and ready and ready to go.
Yeah, done a fantastic job. Looks like it's going to be Joshua Bishop. As you said, just a 1.1 overs. It was a swashbuckling start from Sonny Lambris in particular. 14 runs coming off the first over of the day. Really taking a liking to Ashmead Ned.
Don't think we can overemphasize the contribution of the curators and the ground staff around the region under real trying circumstances in the process. You have to deal with the wind, you got to deal with the rain, and the resources that are available to them. Kadeem Phillip and his entire crew take a bow. Cricket has started. And it will be Joshua Bishop.
Oh, stop Bishop.
It's good to see the sun trying to poke its way through the clouds.
Eastern side getting a little heavy again. But the wind is also very strong in that area, trying to push it around into the northern side.
It's not the most suitable conditions for spin bowling either, as we see there. This ball is just going to run in the outfield. It's going to pick up a bit of moisture. It's going to make it that bit more difficult for the spinners to really grip it and give it a massive rip.
Going to have to get the towels out here. Ambrose in the meantime, he goes on to 17, brings Springer into strike, slip in place. Remember that Springer got nicked off
in the first innings.
And then he was finally caught at first slip. So that'll be on his mind.
And that's where he's got to be looking to play. He's got to be looking to come forward to a Joshua Bishop, especially with a wet ball here. He's bowling from the CIU road end now. That arm bar will probably just have a little more zip, skid on to the bat. He's got to pick the length here early.
Over completed. So 1 run after the break. Score goes up to 181 for 7. 62 overs bowled, in case you just joined the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Rain halted play at 9:35 this morning. Play started at 9:30. And we'll resume back at 10:17. And conditions, the sun trying to peep through here. Still slightly overcast. But it'll be interesting to see who Bishop goes for. Whether he'll be thinking about
it's looking like
Seam,
Lane. Looks like it's going to be Johan Lane from this the media center. We did think Seam should have probably started
yeah.
With the overhead conditions.
I hope he switched on, because his spell yesterday, he really didn't look switched on at all, especially bowling to the left-handers. He was bowling Athens around the wicket, and to me just didn't look comfortable. So I hope he's G'd up. 181 for 7. He has to be thinking that, hey, let me get into the wicket column. 9 overs, no maidens, not for 39.
Picked up 3 in the first innings though. Thought
Yeah.
he bowled very well. And even at times yesterday, he bowls threatening deliveries, doesn't he? But just struggle with a bit of consistency.
And patience.
Yep. That's his main issue. At times he just gets a bit bored, then tries to bowl that magic delivery. But I think he's a very, very promising young cricketer, not just with the ball, but with bat as well.
Very athletic as well in the field too, because
Yeah,
he
he's
goes
a-
into the hot areas.
He's a wiry type, isn't he?
Steered down to third man for 4. So maybe, Mali, I don't think you need that wide. Maybe the third man should really be in that area to cut the boundary out, because the Windwards are going to be looking for attacking runs,
And
really.
they need to be consistent here. Big gap. The third man fielder looks like Josh James. He's going to go back to that point position on the boundary. And if he can be consistent here and bowl one side, don't think you need that fine leg. Could plug that gap on the third man.
Ambrose is going to play shots. So that's a good observation by you, Mali. But every now and again, Lane tends to push the ball. And he tries to bowl that in-swinger, midland leg, really. And so he strays offline there. And so I guess maybe that's why. But you're making a point. How many balls really will the fine leg really feel?
And that's the level, that's the next level in which you got to go to as a bowler. You've already got the man at the deep backward square position for the short delivery.
I think he's got to be careful with that line as well too, because Sonny Lambris is very strong in that area.
Yeah, and they need to take wickets. He's someone who does tend to stay a bit leg side of the ball at times.
It's now prompted a change, Mali. Bishop is now coming out to try and plug the gap, same gap that we were talking about, into the short mid-wicket area. So mid on, mid off, mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg, second slip, down the ground. That's where he's strong.
Yeah, power once again down the ground from Sonny Lambris. I think he's just bowling a bit too straight here, is Johan Lane. Don't want to be giving away easy runs.
The lengths, the lengths, the
He's
lengths.
got to be patient outside that off stump. He's got the deep backward point. I would move fine leg into third man position and try to be very disciplined. If anything, I'm really wide. If I'm going to be wide, I'm going to be wide of off stump.
The captain, I see, is back on the field. Is that mid off?
You can keep that mid wicket in if you want. That's where the short ones come in.
Yeah, you don't need that. You think he has to retaliate with a short ball. You know, on this track, it's really wasted.
No, so you still got Jordan Johnson there. Is he in front? Yeah, he's just in front of square. Backwards square. And in front of square on the leg side. I think he could just move to fine leg as well. Everyone just go around one. And Lane disciplined off stump line.
Bowl
Just
the,
outside, fourth, fifth stump even.
bowl the ball into the surface. That's wit for Springer. He's off the mark straight away. A mixed bag there, more or less. 10 runs coming off the over. And 9 Young is going to have to be careful. You want to restrict the lead. The lead is now 195. And you don't want to be chasing 300 on this track, because you have to bat last on this track.
Exactly, 24 runs coming in the first 3 so far. Not what the West Indies Academy would have wanted. They'd be hoping to be disciplined if they weren't picking up wickets. At least keeping the batters in check. But Sonny Lambris, he has different ideas here. He races to 26 from 23.
And he's maybe going to counteract here. Maybe he's going to say, listen, I'm the senior pro here in this Windward Islands team. I'm going to take this attack.
A bit similar to the way Alec Athens came out yesterday as well.
Yeah. On drive by Springer, down the ground. Would you have had that man right down, Mali? Or you would have maybe brought him up to kind of close off that single?
Yeah, I think especially to Springer when Springer was on strike. Probably just missed the trick there. With Ambrose, he's shown that propensity to go down the ground.
It depends on which line you're bowling to Ambrose. That line, if he's bowling to Ambrose where he's getting him to drive the ball to cover, that's okay.
That's where Lane has to be, especially to Sunil Ambrose in that area.
Good work by Callum Boyne Tuckett, getting off the gloves very quickly. They thought about a single, but the game awareness of Callum Boyne Tuckett changed their mind. It was like a jack in the box. Big stop by the captain. Doesn't look himself though.
It's good to see him back out there though.
Yeah, they're going to need him for the final round. Amber's trying something new. Didn't get right down. Just wanted to get a scoop on it, but he got back onto that.
Yeah, just needed to make contact there. Big open space behind square on the leg side for him. Still quite risky option though. Picks up a single off the final delivery of the over, so he'll keep the strike.
Partnership is 29 Mali from 32 deliveries. So it's almost like a runner ball. And they've really gone about their business. 4 was bowled already, so you understand the intent from the Windward Island Volcanoes this morning.
Yeah, that run rate now above 3. Far too many boundaries from a West Indies Academy perspective here. First session on day 3. Especially the way they finished the day. Day 2 yesterday, the Windward's Volcanoes lost 4 wickets. The last 4 wickets they would have lost yesterday for just 17 runs. They were 148 for 3 at one point. Then that wicket of Alec Athanase. Fair to say, quite a questionable LBW decision. Thin edge though on that one.
'89, 119 balls, 12 fours, 1 6, batted for 175 minutes. So going into the final round against the Leeward Islands, will be in some good form.
He was hoping for 100. You could see how disappointed he was as well.
He wanted to get on that leaderboard.
This one's high. Bit of a top edge, but it's flown away. Actually, it's gone for 6. It's gone quite fine down there on the leg side. Short delivery, poorly lined actually from Lane. All Ambrose had to do was make contact, so he continues in this aggressive fashion. His partnership now 40.
There's something called patience. Gotta be patient. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. You gotta work on it. It starts with preparation. Lucky to get away with that full toss. Ambrose is strong in that area. I think he tried to get fancy. He should have just maybe gone down the ground.
Where is Sunil Ambrose most vulnerable? That's where the West Indies Academy and Johan Lane in particular should be thinking. So far, it's just too inconsistent for me.
Got to bowl that hard length. Even if it's a cross seam, but you know, bowl the ball into the surface. Can't bowl that. That's meat for him. Smack to mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, he was quick onto that one. Sunil Ambrose. Yet another boundary here this morning. Short delivery. Nothing delivery really. Just got up about chest height, if that. And hammered well in front of square.
Doesn't have the pace to worry. a Sonny Lambris. It's not an Isaiah Thorne.
So almost it seems like the wheel's just coming off here. This lead now swells to 207.
So maybe it begs to question, Mali, what happened this morning when they started with spin. This is something maybe that they were maybe lurking and looking for and didn't want to happen.
To be fair, I think this is just poor bowling, poor tactics from the West Indies Academy. Poor execution as well of said tactics. I think you've got to be a bit fuller to Sonny Lambris. Just on that off-stump line, that's an area in which we've seen Johan Lane operating to good effect. We're here today just bowling 2 lengths, not quite sure what length he wants to bowl. It's either short or really full. Both sides as well, making it very hard for the captain to set a field to this type of bowling. Looked like he went for a little cutter there, slower delivery.
Over comes to an end, not for 60 Lane. 21 in 2 since he's come this morning.
Yeah, I think he's going to get pulled, to be fair. Just hasn't hit his straps. All it asked was just a bit of disciplined bowling, really, in this situation. But he's come out chasing wickets. And it's come back to haunt him. Expensive 2-over spell.
Now almost a headache now for Naeem Young. Might have to turn to a Joshua James or even maybe a Kadim Allen. Or maybe go back to Ned.
Got to remove Sonny Lambris here.
Or Springer.
Very dangerous. Seems like Ambris is the one that can really cause this lead to swell in a short space of time as well. Just there, he's timing the ball so nice off the back foot. Very nicely indeed. And it was that first over that maybe would have just given him that confidence, was it?
Yeah. I think they've gone flat now too. The West Indies Academy. Colin Boyne Tuckett saying, come on boys, gotta be in this. The chirping seems to have died down.
Bit of turn there from Josh Bishop.
Every now and again he produces that magic delivery. .205 for 7. This is a good contest on here. Lead over 200, 209. Get up to 275, 280. Academy could really find themselves under the gun here.
Yeah, there was a real opportunity for them this morning to bowl the Windwards out under that 200 score. Just leaked too many runs here this morning. And what, just the 6th over of the day?
Yeah, the partnership is 41 from 43.
Bit of turn again, a little slower this time from Bishop. Good over from him, just the 1 run conceded.
So containment. Windward's losing wickets at 5, 12, 66, 148, 162, 163, 164. And now a partnership of 41 really motoring them on. They're in 2nd place coming into this round with points. Leeward Islands Hurricanes leading. And I think this is going to go right down to the final round of matches.
Yeah, the
still. Sorry, Mali.
No, you're right. You're right about that. You know, the wind was looking to arrest their slide, hoping to not lose 3 in a row. Whereas it looks like in Trinidad, the Leeward Islands will be up against it probably. Best they could hope for out of that situation, I think, at this stage would be a draw.
Yeah, well, certainly looking that way unless they bat poorly. But they've started well, so that's a good sign. Do we see a new ball coming out here, Mali? Or
I think so. Sonny Lambris has really done some damage to the ball. He's been hitting it to all parts. ferocious power as well. You think to that pull shot in the previous over off Lane. Would have smacked into the wall there at the sticky wicket.
Yeah.
Really would have done the ball some damage, I think.
West Indies Academy, they're gone flat. But Young is still continuing with Lane.
And I see Lane with his cap off. Interesting. Giving him another opportunity here.
2 for 21 so far.
Yeah, they've got to get their tactics right.
3 boundaries and a maximum already this morning. And the funny thing about it
Just 3 boundaries? Surely more than that.
well, 10 came off the first over and 11 came off the second.
Oh, as in for Lane?
Yeah,
oh,
as in
for
Lane.
Lane. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
I was talking about his spell this morning.
His spell.
So as you rightly said, it continues to just leak boundary balls, and this is a pattern I think that we have seen, Mali, in the West Indies Academy bowling. They just give away too many boundary balls.
Yeah, it's a tactical issue more than anything. They just don't seem to have the tactics right in terms of where to bowl to Sunil Ambris, the fields to set, what lengths.
And Sunil Ambris likes the chatter. So there's been a lot of chatter taking place. And his experience, is a former test player as well too. He's going to bring out his wealth of experience here as well, down the onside.
That's what I mean. I know it seems like they're looking to get him out LBW. We know he can be a bit of a LBW candidate at times. But here today, I think with the way the field's set, it's just causing Johan Lane, or maybe he thinks he needs to bowl a bit too straight here. Tactics once again just off.
Naim Young collecting that ball gingerly there at mid-off. So he maybe might not be 100% fit. We'll wait and see. Just as Mali was talking there, overcompensating, trying too many things.
I don't know why he isn't thinking he can well, he should threaten the outside edge. Just seems to be running in, looking to bowl straight.
It's a headache here for the West Indies Academy. And he's just got something in his mind because he keeps talking about
the leg side.
Yeah, Johnson. I don't understand what...
Johnson hasn't even come into play yet so far today. If anything, fine leg.
He wants a shot.
Bit of feeling.
He wants a shot mid-wicket now.
I think he's going to keep bowling short, which to me just plays into the hands of a Sunil Ambris.
Talon Boyne-Tuckett is asking, what's happening here?
The wheels just seem to be coming off for the West Indies Academy.
And Naim Young is still trying to figure out, why do you want that? You have to tell him that that is a no-nonsense field.
That's a feel for bad bowling, really. Especially in these conditions. Still got to be looking to extract whatever swing, seam movement there is. That's just too easy. Poor cricket this. That's all you got to say. Really poor cricket from the West Indies Academy. It's not something we've seen too often from them. But I think this innings of Sunil Ambris, 40 of 37 now, has really just flustered the academy team.
I think both Bishop and Young, they're the leaders. They have to tell Johan Lane, this is what we want, not what you want.
And it seems to be the same tactics as well for Shamar Springer, who's on just 2 from 15. It's a better area to him. Can bowl that similar area, maybe just a touch wider outside that off stump to Sunil Ambris, who at the moment is looking to put bat to ball.
Stranger things have happened, Mali.
You can still get Sunil Ambris out in that slip region with the overhead conditions as they are.
He's 40 from 37, Ambris.
It's too short once again, just banging the ball in. Doesn't even look like Josh James is getting too warm down there at the backward point boundary.
Don't think he will see the ball today, based on what's happening. We certainly have to get Ned back into the conversation.
Surely, if he's not a part of the equation today, what's he even doing out here? That's the area. That's the area. At this moment, you just need a few quiet overs. The end of so-so Johan laying over. Windward's Volcanoes lead by 210. They're 206 for 7.
Yeah, Ambrose is on 40 from 37.
Important, very important runs here for the experienced Windward Islands batsman. Seemed to be all at sea in the first innings, but he's come out here, he's been aggressive. Literally from ball one. First delivery from Ned was hammered back down the ground past him. He's just continued in that same vein, looking to take the game away from the academy here. These players can be very dangerous in the longer format.
Experience. Looking at the regional game, for the Windward Islands, he'll be easily the most experienced batsman. He will do that all day.
Seems to be picking length as well. Very quickly, Sonny Lambris.
Simply because he's been allowed to settle in. It's not really been tested.
He hasn't been put under any pressure so far here today. I think that's the disappointing thing for the West Indies Academy.
That is smacked away. One bounce into the mid-wicket area for 4.
Yeah, good controlled shot that from Shamar Springer.
I think what we have, Mali, on the offside is spectators. It's sort of amazing. You only have 2 fielders, 3 fielders on the leg side area, more or less.
In fact, he got the length and the line that you would have wanted to play that shot. It was outside the off stump. Went against the spin, but it was full enough. He's a tall man as well. He's got that long reach, long levers. Used all his height to his ability there. All his reach, that wingspan.
Easy single. Hit down the ground.
It's such a good shot because it's pitched wide of the off stump, so it's not threatening the stumps. It's almost a free hit. This one's top edged and gone. So finally, this innings of Sonny Lambris comes to an end, much to the delight of the West Indies Academy.
Big relief for them as well, too.
Yeah, looking to go inside out there, taking the outer half. Easy catch at cover. He goes for 41. So the eighth wicket down now for the Windward's Volcanoes.
He's kicking himself.
Yeah, the dangerous Sonny Lambris departs. 41 of 38 deliveries. And a sigh of relief for the West Indies Academy.
But it's not over yet because the vice captain Ryan John is coming out. And he is a proper cricketer.
Yeah, he's someone who definitely can bat. He's got some batting ability, Ryan John.
So the partnership of 48 of 55 balls finally broken by the man who continues to carry this bowling attack, Joshua Bishop. He's now 3 for 40 from his 25 overs, going into his 26.
Yeah, his 7th wicket of the match so far.
Came into this series with some
29 wickets.
29 wickets, so he's now gone 36.
A pair of them actually, Ashmead Ned and Joshua Bishop. 27 and 29 wickets respectively.
The groundsman getting into position again.
We got a little shower coming again once more from the east of the CCG.
Whether it's going to be a stop and start here.
That one starts with the arm ball, quite competently played by Ryan John. The end of another successful over for Joshua Bishop. 6 runs coming from it, but also that wicket.
I think we're down.
I'm going to go off again as the rain just becomes a little heavier here.
Rain break at 10:48.
So you did call it this morning, Vern. It's going to be a few disruptions, start type day here at the CCG. So we see the covers being brought on once again by the ground staff.
Yeah. Not as heavy as the first shower. So
no, not quite. This one looks like it'll probably blow over a little quicker.
Yeah. Just some more reinforcement here. I think they're just looking to make sure.
I think the academy a little happier at this stage going off, seeing the back of Sunil Ambris. Joshua Bishop once again proving to be the man for the occasion.
It's a dicey situation when you look at the context of the game.
And the Volcanoes, they'll be hoping to get back out there as quickly as possible, as well, as you said, punting that maiden first-class title. If they could get a win here, first-place team at the moment, the Leeward Islands, probably the best they could do in Trinidad would be a draw. So as you said, Verne would leave round 7 with all to play for.
I think that's what everybody is maybe
anticipating or hoping.
Hoping that will take place. The lead is 216, but let's just look at the bowling figures of the West Indies Academy. Yuan Lane, 12 overs, no maidens, 61 runs, no wicket. Joshua James, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Ashwin Ned, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 46 runs, 2 wickets. Kadim Aline, who we've not seen for the day, 3 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wickets. And the man of the moment, Joshua Bishop, 25.5 overs, 10 maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets. His tally in the game has been 7. So he's really making a statement. The lead is now more or less 216. 216 is the lead. 275, Mali, on this track is going to be a tricky situation. It's not it's not gettable, but it's not a wicket that you can just begin to come in and look to play shots.
And if you think they would have been bowled out within 40 overs in the first innings, the West Indies Academy, to be dismissed for 158. So with 216, the lead already on the board. And as you said, runs on the board already. So at this stage of the game, I'd probably have the Windward Islands slight favourites.
Over at Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad, the Leeward Islands are 134 for 1. Casey Carty, 81. 7 fours. Mikael Louis, 134 balls, 4 fours. So that looks like a batting paradise, Mali, as you were talking. Hope that they can go from strength to strength.
That's the thing sometimes about scoring these big totals, especially in the first class game, 540 odd, and the time it took to do so as well. You know, some Craig Brathwaite facing some 400 deliveries for his 100. Takes a lot of time out the game as well, leaves you less time to get those 20 wickets. So I always anticipated, as we said yesterday, I think if the Leewards just bat properly one time, that would be good enough to save that match. So far, they made a good reply.
Jamaica Scorpions 153 for 9. And the man of the moment, Vasami Pomal, 21 overs, 6 maidens, 55 runs, 5 wickets.
Another 5-wicket haul for him.
Isaiah Thorne, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, 2 wickets. And our friend, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 1 for 19 from his 7 overs with 2 maidens.
Yeah, he just keeps chipping in, doesn't he?
Yeah, making sure that he reminds Vernon Springer that He deserves to be in the Guyana Happy Eagles setup. Let's find out what's happening with the combined campuses and colleges game, because Trinidad, they're ramping home there in that game. They would have scored 591 for 7. Combined campuses and colleges are 146 for 7.
Just even here today, I think you want to see maybe a bit more ruthlessness from the West Indies Academy skipper. I think Johan Lane probably bowled 2 overs too many. At this stage of the game, if you're not coming in and hitting your straps right away, you've got to pull them out. You've still got Josh James. He's only bowled 7 overs. Overhead conditions suits seam bowling here. So I think just a bit more ruthlessness and getting. I think the rain delay would have come at a good time for the West Indies Academy as well, just to get back into that changing room, have a chat about the tactics with the coaches, the backroom staff, and hopefully they can come out and hit their straps.
I think they missed a trick yesterday also, Mali, tactics-wise. When Benjamin and company came in, even when Jill and Tyson came in yesterday, got to put the silly point in front of those guys, especially with the left-hand spinners who were bowling with such good control.
Yeah, but luckily for them, it didn't come back to haunt them, didn't they? They took those 4 wickets for 17 runs to end the day. At one point, the Windwards were 148 for 3.
To 16, the lead. Umpire Donald Sheckles just making sure everything is in place once again. Excellent work by the groundsmen here, the ground staff, ground personnel here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They've done an excellent job. Under the trying circumstances, it's going to be a start, rain, the wind. They have to contend with human nature, climate change as well.
Well, it's a typical day in England, really, in
Oh,
the
it
English
is.
cricket season. In fact, when that shower would have come, they would have played through it.
Umpires coming out again. I thought they would be coming out to restart one time. They're coming out to have a conversation. Nothing much has happened. Umpire Leslie Reefer just checking with his right hand. Think we all to play for right now. They most likely will come back and tell me, Mali, they're going to start in 10 minutes' time.
More than likely.
Nigel Duguid and umpire Leslie Reefer, they like to go through that. So sure it will be a 10-minute start. Let's get this game going. A lot on the line here. They're having a conversation. And anytime now, I think they'll be off and running to the respective captains. Nigel Duguid will go to the West Indies Academy's camp. And Leslie Reefer Jr. will go to the Windward Island Volcanoes camp. And the indication will be, I'm sure, that we'll start in 10 minutes' time. Gets out his book. So we will take a break, Mali. Small break. I'll find out from the umpires or the match referee, what is the final decision. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The resumption after a slight rain delay here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Some 4 overs have been lost. Now means that 84 overs remain in the day's display. I'm joined by my colleague, Joel Manning. Good morning, Joel.
Good morning, Vernon. Yeah, start-stop day here on day number 3. Not what any of us want or wanted, but let's hope as we look into the distance that the rains hold at least till lunch.
Farmers might not agree with your statement, Joel. They want some rain.
They can get the rain on Sunday.
Well, once you call cricket, you know for sure that rain is going to come. Do you like this move? Lane has been expensive this morning. He's gone for 21 from his 2. The captain has gone back for him now.
They probably sensed something in terms of what Lane might be able to do. He's not been able to do it just yet in this innings or since the start of the day. But there's clearly a plan that they have in motion. They're telling themselves that Windward will look to put on quick runs here today.
I think they got the tactics wrong. But they'll have to prove me. They'll have to prove me right. Or prove me wrong. Starts with a wide delivery down the leg side. So 1 run after the break. Springer goes to 8. The score goes up to 213. John getting his first delivery and defends well. Ryan John, the vice captain of this West Indies or Windward Island Volcanoes team, sorry. He's a knot. Full toss. Clapped away through cover. Won't get a boundary. But we'll get 2. I think if he wants, can get 3. Are they thinking about it? No. They're contented to just get 2 runs. Thought I could get a little bit more urgency there from Springer and John. Score in the meantime goes up to 215 for 8. Flags fluttering on the northern side here of the Windward Island Volcanoes flag. Cricket West Indies headquarters, and the nation of Antigua and Barbuda, Twin Island State. John, 2, gets a short delivery. Good take by Tuckett. Over comes to an end. The first after the rain interval. You there, Joe?
Yes, I'm right here.
Just making sure.
I'm still here. Was having some thoughts in my head with regards to why they might be persisting with Johan Lane in the face of what has been happening so far for the morning. I have not yet come up with the answers. From a Volcanoes perspective, though, they will know that they're still some ways short of where they would like to be in terms of a comfortable position for what will be the amount of runs that they would like the academy to chase.
Joshua Bishop searching for 5 wickets. He's got 3 for 40.
Where JB? Where JB? Where JB? Where JB boy? Come on, JB. Boy, JB ball, JB. JB.
This partnership, the last recognised pair, you would say, for the Volcanoes, needs to see them add another 50-60 at least with this pair.
Come on, JB. Come on, JB.
Because at 215, yes, it could pose a challenge for the West Indies Academy just because of how the surface has been playing, but at the same time, we know that there's no safety in anything less than 230.
JB.
I think Daryl Cyrus
Come on,
will play an
JB.
important role bowling in the second innings.
Oh, JB.
Because of the rain lurking around, it will maybe preempt the Windward Island Volcanoes to maybe accelerate,
Where JB boy?
because they'll be seeing the notion of trying to get maximum points against the West Indies Academy. Academy, who's also playing good cricket, will feel that they would want to stop the Windward Island Volcanoes
JB.
by registering a big win.
Green net star. Love that netty. Love that netty.
Maiden over by Joshua Bishop. So he continues from the CIE road end. 3 for 40, net 2 for 46. 5 wickets among them. So Lane has been pulled, Joel, and Ned comes into the conversation.
Yeah, you just figured it's just a matter of time. Yes, I mentioned the fact that they were bowling to a clear palm because I heard a lot of discussion with regards to the field that was set. It was set there for the short bowling. However, it was not effective in the sense that it never truly looked as if it was going to take the wicket or produce a wicket. I know they
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We just had a slight deficiency in our technical stuff here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, but we're up and ready and ready to go. Ashmin Ned. It's about 5 dot deliveries so far. Some 3 boundaries and 2 sixes have been hit off Ned so far in this innings. 2 for 47. Starts.
Over.
Single coming off the 5th delivery and a dot ball to end. So 216 for 8. Windward Island Volcanoes, 71 overs bowled.
Keep going, man.
They seem to have gone flat. Joel. Academy. No chirping.
Get man, work, get man. Make that again, please, Dom. Runners. Take it, Cat. No. Fish, work, get fish.
Sweet, 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 sweet.
On.
Work that, JB. Work, JB. Come on, JB. Work, JB boy. Come on, JB. Oi, ay, 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 ay. Wow, JB. JB. Work, JB boy. Come on, JB. Love your work, JB boy. Love your work, JB. Love your work, buddy. Oi, JB.
Yeah, I like what they've done in terms of the offside field at the moment for Joshua Bishop.
Love this, JB boy. Love this, JB.
Allowing to keep things tight, peg away
Work, JB boy. Work, JB.
on that off stump line.
Oi, JB.
Nice, nice.
Whereby you've got a man dead square at point, but then a backward point as well.
Work, JB.
Cover and an extra cover.
Hey!
Just sliding down the leg side possibly on that occasion.
I think that's why he
Work, JB.
just wanted to make connection with that Ryan John. They're looking for power. Just need to get his bat onto the ball.
Oi.
Good single. Up to mid-off. Ned had to run about 3-4 meters. Can't stop the single. Score in the meantime goes up to 217 for 8.
Six wickets to the bowlers and 2 runouts in this innings. 2 runouts that have certainly hurt the efforts of the Volcanoes.
Academy will be thinking about trying to dismiss the Windward Island Volcanoes before lunch.
Yeah, that certainly has to be planned for them. Batting today has to be at the forefront of their minds, especially given as the innings progresses, the greater the wear and tear on the surface.
Good take there by Callum Boyne Tuckett. They got to keep concentrating. They got to get their energy levels back up. Find that they're just flat. When they're enjoying their cricket, they play better cricket. The West Indies Academy. One of the things I find is when they're put under some pressure where a partnership has been built, It's on a gone flat. 217 for 8, and they have to be thinking we have to bowl out the Windward Island Volcanoes. Easy single out the lane. Squeeze, squeeze. That's what's has to be the objective. You got to squeeze, force them to come up with a new shot. Kadim Aline will be looking at the scoreboard. Looking also at his watch to figure out. Over comes to an end. 1 run. So the Windward Islands certainly, they're not in any hurry, Joel. They approach what we saw this morning from Sonny Lambris. Things have sort of tempered down.
Yeah, they certainly have just slowed down a bit, but I think the approach of Ambrose this morning was perfect in the sense that it added some impetus and some positivity to the innings, and that placed additional pressure on to the West Indies Academy and kind of accelerated the game at that stage. However, looking at things, there's still a lot of time left in the inning competition, certainly not looking to be bowled out before lunch. The Volcanoes as such at a position now where they need to be just a little more selective probably in the stroke play. Noticing that the 222 runs or so that they have on the board for the Academy to chase. Not enough. Or in fact, could be enough, but would take a fantastic bowling effort and a very disciplined bowling effort. So, needing just that additional cushion, you would say, in runs. That's why you're seeing responsible cricket like this, whereby you're not looking to force the game. Just pick up those ones, capitalize maybe when the bad balls come.
Working boys, working boys. Keep on boys, keep on working boys. Come on lads. Come on JB, come on JB. Oh, JB. Boy JB. Right JB.
The awareness now allows them to get that single. Leg buys to close out the over. Just 2 runs from it. It's 220 for 8.
Yeah, so things just going about in a quiet way here. You made an important point, Joel. The West Indies Academy, when they defeated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at Warner Park in St. Kitts, their target was 195. And so that would be in the mind of Alex Athenes. They chased that target down. West Indies Academy in that game. Kadim Aline, he got 57. Ogis 22. Joseph 43. Warrell 21. Quite a number of changes we've seen from since that game. Joshua James He got 41 off 21 with 5 sixes and 2 fours. Took a liking to a Raheem Cornwall. So, Windward Island Volcanoes, under their captaincy of Alex Atenez, will be making sure they get close to 270 to 300. Psychologically would be a good score as well.
Yeah, it certainly would be. Not to look too far ahead, because you were mentioning a couple names, especially in that chase for the West Indies Academy, and certainly Kadeem Aline will be a very important piece of that puzzle, especially if he decides to bat in an extremely positive manner, because I think that that will be required from a West Indies Academy perspective. Somebody who's willing to, as they say, take the bull by the horns in that chase and accelerate the scoring and allow others to bat around them. So it just depends on who that person is, but I do think that Ali might play that role. Because it's just one of those wickets where you say that one has your name on it. I think back to the game where Barbados Pride were playing against Guyana here, and they were pretty much set in their run chase with Jason Holder at the crease, and then one just kept low, hit him on the pad. It's the case where you will need somebody who is going to be willing to just take a couple more risks and push the scoring along. But that's all in the future. And we're here now with Ned still stringing together what has been a relatively good spell since he's been introduced this morning.
So another over comes to an end. 2 for 51 Ned from 23. Just Darryl Cyrus to come. Message comes printing out. And because the game has been such a low scoring game, the Windward Islands only scoring 162 and the Academy, it forces you to think as to what can happen.
Well done, Doc.
Could have been close, that one, but an early call by Springer. Just realizing that mid-off was just camping back on the heels just a bit.
Still working, boys. Still working, boys.
I think the Academy have gone flat.
Yeah, would have been home relatively safely there. Yeah, this small partnership between John and Springer, it's just taking a bit of the wind out of the sails of the Academy. I was just going to say is because we really haven't seen many shots in anger. Just looking to release the shackles a little bit there, John. But yeah, when Ambriss was at the crease, you told yourself that a chance might come because of the fashion in which he was playing. But at the moment, you would say that Springer and John have pretty much shut up shop. And because of that,
Walking men.
they've not really seen how they might be able to dismiss them, the Academy.
Hey.
Especially given that there are no real demons in this surface other than, like I mentioned, the occasional one keeping low. More often than not from the seamers, though.
Come on, lads. Come on in, boys.
Gotta stay in the moment. Gotta stay in the moment. They have to believe. The objective here is to bowl out the Windward Islands. They have a glorious opportunity to execute that.
And the thing about it, watching this happen is where you have to just slightly be disappointed with the first innings of both sides,
JB.
given that all it required was a measure of application at the crease,
Oi, ay, ay.
standing up and batting, rotating the strike like this and taking your opportunities. The end of another over. It's 226 for 8.
Again, another message comes out. Maybe a new pair of gloves for Springer. Hope he didn't bring out two left-handed, two left alone and no right. And he seems to have got it right this time. So Springer is 12 from 44. Ryan John 8 from 26. 226 for 8. The lead is now 230. So good morning to Basil Morgan in Montserrat. 11:30 here in Antigua and Barbuda. Maybe some ants or something might have been in the gloves for Springer. He's having a challenge here. Finally gets it right. On his right hand. Now his left. He's hoisting that down the ground for 4. So he didn't send for the long angle, but he sent for some new gloves. And straight away, over pitch delivery by Ned, smack down the ground for 4.
Yeah, I go back to saying capitalizing on your opportunities, waiting on your moments, and that was one that Springer waited on. Played within himself, waited until Ned just came a bit too close to him.
Lead 234. Model of concentration and defense there from Shamar Springer. Nice high elbow. Straight back, looking up the V. Another delivery.
Oh, that one nearly sneaking through the defenses of Springer. Just getting that back down in time. Pull back the length a bit. Was a lot flatter as well from Ned. But never really got up out of the surface.
Over comes to an end. And the Windward Island Volcanoes motoring on here. 230 for 8 with some 77 overs bowled.
Working, man. Say working, boys. What's that? Yes, boys.
Joshua
lads,
Bishop
come on, boys.
searching
Come
for
on, JB.
5 wickets.
Where, JB? Where, JB? Come on, JB. Come on, JB. Oi, JB. Oi, JB. Where JB boy? Where JB boy? Come on, JB. Where JB? Good man. Keep going, man. Hey.
We're also approaching a stage whereby a conversation might begin to happen out there for the West Indies Academy. And that conversation will be whether or not they take the new ball.
Come on, JB.
Hope they're not thinking about that, Joel.
It's just about 2 overs and 1 ball away. The option to take that new ball. They actually might be inclined to consider taking it, given the position that the game is at the moment. The end of that over, 231 for 8. Reason I say that is because maybe if, and I'm speaking now, and the rain has joined us again, unfortunately, it's going to result in another break. As we see the umpires now sprinting off along with the fielders. It's another break in play here for us.
So giving you a roundup of the matches around the region. Combined campuses and colleges, they're 187 for 7 or 56 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 591 for 7 declared. And at Queen's Park Oval in Barbados, 542 for 9 declared, 143 overs. Leeward Islands 172 for 1. Michael Louis on 52 not out. And Casey Carty is on 98 not out. We go to Sabina Park in Jamaica and we give you an update. The Jamaica Scorpions bowled out for 153. 153 all out. And Guyana Harpy Eagles in their second innings, they are 14 without loss. Just to give you some bowling figures on the Guyana lineup. Pomal finishing with 5 for 55. Moti 1 for 46. Ali Mohammed 1 for 19, Niall Smith 1 for 10, and Isaiah Thorne 2 for 19. So action taking place all around here. Rain just halting play here at 11:36, the third of the day. And we will take our rain break ourselves. And I'm alongside Joel Manning as the groundsman scurry to get the covers on here. So welcome back to the Coolidge Ground. Just to notify you and let you know that the rain break at 11:36 lunch, early lunch has been taken. And so we will be back in 40 minutes time here to call this important game. Windward Island Volcanoes, 231 for 8. 78 overs bowl, a lead of 235. Lunch has been taken on day 3 of round 6 of this action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We'll be back in at least under 35 minutes time. The panel, Joel Manning, Mally Richards, Donnie, and Jason here on the 360 crew. We'll be back to you in 35 minutes time. have been bowled. Had an extended luncheon break. Had a break at 11:36. And so we're just about getting ourselves organized to start again. 231 for 8, the lead of 235. We know that the Volcanoes will be looking to push on. Casey Carty scoring his third first-class 100. He's on 109 not out at lunch. Jeremiah Louis got 52. LBW to Ruston Chase. Just to give you a luncheon update in terms of the action. So we start the action here. Ned, just about getting ready to start. Here goes Ned. He's in now to bowl to John. John comes quietly forward. Back and finding the gap. Big save. Somebody could be in trouble. I think it gets back quite easily. So, just for a moment we thought we had what we considered to be a run out, but that was not to be. 231 for 8. Forward comes Ryan John, who's a 9. White ball. For a leg before, but I think we could have clearly heard the big sound of the bat. First over after lunch. Maiden over. Good afternoon, Joel.
Hey, good afternoon, Vernon. Yeah, that strong appeal makes you wonder just whether or not he got that bat out in front of that pad. Yeah, that's where that strong appeal came from, the fact that it went from pad onto bat, however, possibly just sliding down the leg side on that occasion.
Joshua Bishop searching for 5. He's got 3 for 46 so far. Just hoist that all the way for 6. So intent here from Shamar Springer.
Yeah, nothing really behind that delivery from Joshua Bishop. Still lazy after lunch, you might say, but yeah, just giving it some air. And Springer gleefully accepting that one, especially given that the mid-on is up.
Come on, Jimmy.
No,
Where,
he's
Jimmy?
going to
Where,
remain on the
Jimmy?
boundary and become long on now. And he comes into play immediately long on. Just some 4 deliveries away from what I was mentioning before we went into that early lunch break. The fact that the new ball will be due. And you just wonder whether or not the West Indies Academy might consider taking it.
Come, Bishy. Come, Bishy. Come, JB.
See whether or not they can wrap up this innings.
Another single down the ground.
Bishy, don't get late. Don't do this.
It's just interesting what that one shot, the first delivery from Shamar Springer, has done for the remainder of the over.
James, come in. James, come in.
Hoisted it over the top, and since then have just collected comfortable singles to long on.
Where, Bishy? Hey!
Slapped through the offside. Won't have the legs to go for 4. But they'll get a couple of runs. The partnership goes on 30 of 73 deliveries over completed. Yeah. 242 for 8. Lead of 246. Peter for a leg before, but that ball was clearly pitched outside the line of the leg stump. Springer just needed to get bat onto ball. Easy single punch down the onside. Again, turned away. Academy has just come out flat, really.
Yeah, things looking like how they looked just before we went to lunch in terms of the approach of the Academy. It's almost that sit back and wait for something to happen approach. And the longer they do that, the more challenging it will be for themselves in the second innings when they bat.
To 44 for 8. on drive. He's a single. Academy fielders just sitting on their heels as if they're just waiting for the declaration or waiting for something to happen. Gotta make something happen. The intensity just needs to be. They have to believe. 245 for 8. They have to be thinking we can bowl the Windwards out. Over completed. 3 singles out of the over. Top scorer in this inning so far, Alex Athenes, 89, 119 balls, 12 fours, 1 6, 175 minutes. Hod scored some 41, 150 balls with 3 fours, 134 minutes at the crease. And Sonny Lambris also notched up 41 as well. Volcanoes lead by 249, psychological milestone. Joshua Bishop searching for 5 wickets. Can he register that? Lead of 4 runs. 245 for 8. Flighted, and he's giving it a heave. It's gone all the way over long on for 6. So the 250 comes up for the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yeah, great use of the feet there on that occasion from Shamar Springer. Yeah, once again, just tossed up by Bishop. Just needs to get that one step down to get a bit closer to it.
Trying to buy a wicket here. But Springer is a good cricketer. He's tossed up again. I think he's very upset at himself, Springer, that he didn't maximize more with that, even to get a single. It's gone to 32 from 60. Ryan John is 13. Leaves that alone. The lead is now 255. Flighted again. Not tempted this time, Shamar Springer. Reading the situation. They'll be looking to want to get up to 300, 310. Bang on target. So more comments from you, Joel, and then it'll be the voice of Marley Richards.
This pair played quite well. The pair of Springer and Ryan John. And I go back to the fact that it's been very calculated from them in terms of the risk that they've taken. Not been many risks. The risks that they have been taking have been extremely calculated from them, and because of that, they've been able to pile on the runs and just apply a bit more pressure to the West Indies Academy. Still opting to continue with this older ball. Because of that, the 2 spinners still in operation. Say good afternoon to Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Joe. Seems to me that the West Indies Academy have a somewhat depleted fast bowling attack. We know Naeem Young, he's got the side stream, but we haven't seen Joshua James at all today. It's dangerous times now. This lead, 255 for the Windward's Volcanoes, so they've played really well to find themselves in this position.
They have, and it's just been a couple instances where they've played second innings cricket, so to speak. Even in that game versus Ghana, We saw a low order fight back from them, however, it just simply was not enough for them.
Yeah, it's been led mainly by the lower order. Just stringing partnerships, vital little partnerships together. It's really knocked the confidence out of the West Indies Academy. They're very flat. Their tactics were all over the place this morning as well. That's a good delivery from Ned. Edged away for one. They just haven't managed to build any pressure. In the first over this morning, Sunil Ambris taking 14 out of that Ashmead Ned over, and it almost sent a message. So far, they've just taken the one wicket today. Oh. Manages to take the edge there, doesn't carry through to the slip, the end of that over. 2-5, 2 for 8. As Vernon was saying, Shamar Springer, he's really played well. I think he's had a very, very good season all around. He's made contributions not only with the ball, but with the bat. He's scored handy runs in this lower order. Not sure if it was pad first on that one. Josh Bishop, he seemed to be quite convinced. Let's have a look at this again. Putting pressure on that front foot defense of Ryan John. I think it was pad first.
Working at JB, working at JB. Working at JB.
So umpire do good there. Maybe just missing one.
Working at JB, working at JB.
You can tell he's very disappointed with that. Just seemed to just plump that front foot straight down the line. Missed it. Seemed to me like that was going on to hit middle of the leg. Wasn't to be. One goes the Windward's way, I think, based on what we saw yesterday. The cricketing gods just seeming to even up things here.
Working boys, working boys. Working lads, working lads. Working boys.
This one's hit powerfully down to that fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Johan Lane. And his body language hasn't looked good from ball one today, actually. West Indies Academy on the whole. It's in an area in which I think they've just been a bit disappointing. That body language haven't really had the positivity you'd expect.
Yeah, so you're not looking like the side that we saw on day one here at Coolidge in terms of how they were going about their working. Yeah, in terms of Johan Lane, looked a little off colour as well.
Just a little bit.
With that spell that he bowled this morning. Didn't seem as if he was clear in terms of what
he wanted or what the captain wanted. It's just all over the place. 2 lengths, both sides of the wicket. It's been a struggle for them to pull it back since. See there the standout bowler so far, Joshua Bishop. 3 for 65, 34 overs, so he's done a bit of work. I've relied on him to almost just keep them in contention in this match. At this stage, with still 2 wickets in hand, seems to me things just slipping away from the West Indies Academy. And also, as you said, Joe, the new ball being available. I haven't taken it yet.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the conversation usually surrounds the fact that you find occasion that runs just begin to score a little quicker when you take that new ball, but I also think it provides a different proposition for the batters out there. Just a little more pace on the ball coming off the surface, just a little quicker. A bit of movement probably as well. They simply need one, because from here is just one left in terms of a unrecognized batter, and I'll use that terminology.
Yeah, he's coming in at number 11. He showed that he's got the ability to bat. Harold Cyrus in the previous match here versus the Harpy Eagles.
But yeah, if they could just break this partnership, then you're looking at the possibility of wrapping up the innings, and I think that it's just become a little too easy, a little too monotonous at the moment in terms of what is happening out there. And that's not to say that the spinners have bowled bad. They simply are not looking as if they're creating the chances. So even if you just... So even if it's a scenario where you operate with one and you then begin to rotate your seamers from the other end, that could be a consideration. This one probably a little closer than we originally thought. Back home in the end, Ryan John.
Just a little lackadaisical in coming through for that single.
Yeah, but just looking as if they're thinking about possible ways that they could take that wicket.
And that's the thing. You don't get that feeling from the commentary box. You're not sure exactly how or what they're trying to do in order to pick that wicket up. As you said, the spinners have done their best. But it's these little annoying partnerships that can really knock the stuffing out of a team. Another net over comes to an end. This lead 260 now for the Windward's Volcanoes. 256 for 8. And I think the West Indies Academy have just allowed this game to meander a bit. They've allowed the Windwards to dictate all the play here this morning. We're here on day 3. But credit must be given to Shamar Springer. Ryan John once again making another low order contribution with the bat in this partnership. And it was slightly surprising how flat the West Indies Academy came out to me, Joe, considering how they finished day 2.
Yeah, certainly considering the position of the game and knowing that you were looking at a stop-start type of day where batters would have to reassess, let's say, every 20 minutes, every 30 minutes or so. And conditions like that, certainly to my mind, played in the favor of the West Indies Academy, whereby the Volcanoes could never truly be settled at the crease with the amount of interruptions that they had. And they simply did not capitalize on that, the West Indies Academy. But at the same time, credit is certainly given to the way that John and Springer have gone about it, because the simple word is application from him. That's all that's been missing from a lot of the innings that we've seen in recent times from the Volcanoes, who started well, 300 plus scores, and I mentioned since that break have had no scores above 300, and it simply was because of a lack of application at the crease by quite a few of them, and situations whereby they have to find themselves in positions like this where they're playing second innings cricket, playing catch up. The end of that over, it's 258 for 8.
Especially when you think as well, Ashmead Ned going away from his stock deliveries first over this morning, tossing up the first 3 to Sunil Ambris. That's not the type of bowling that we've grown accustomed to seeing from him. He tends to be more in between wicket and wicket, slightly flatter trajectory. And here this morning just decided for some reason to just float these balls up with no real spin, no extra revs on these deliveries. He just got the Windward's Volcanoes off to a flyer. Every run in this situation is key. We saw the Academy bowled out within 40 overs in that first innings. So here 258 for 8, a lead of 262. I've got to say, I think the Windward's Volcanoes have just edged ahead here, especially with this partnership between Springer and John. And it's threatening more. They're looking quite assured. Looks like it's going to take a mistake from one of the batters actually at this stage. So far they've kept those mistakes few and far between. So we mentioned Shamar Springer's scores this season. 72 the first match against Jamaica, 29 versus Barbados, just 2 versus the CCC. Got 6 and 40 versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And 69 in the previous match, 3 and 69 not out versus the Harpy Eagles. So just illustrating his all-round contribution. Here he is again on 35 from 76 deliveries, looking quite assured.
Yeah, he has been more than handy to the Volcanoes, not just this season, but last season as well. And a big part of the conversation in terms of how they were able to just get near to lifting that title last season, and will be a big part of their ability to lift it this season if that should come in round number 7 for them. 258 for 8.
Yeah, they'll be hoping they could pick up maximum points in this match. West Indies Academy will have to bat very well in this 4th innings. They do have it in them though, I'd say.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting when teams look back at the end of round 7 and look to see where they lost points. Not necessarily where they lost games, but where they lost points. When you think about some of the batting performances and some of the bowling performances and catches that went down, you know, those areas that naturally you have the ability to improve on. You know, will Windwards look back at this and maybe be in 2nd place and say, hey, it would have just taken one more batting performance that may have secured us maybe 3-4 points, you know?
Definitely.
Maybe it might have taken just one more bowling performance if I think back to that game versus Guyana.
If I just made a bowling change here as opposed to waiting, or all these things will be reviewed. I think it's been quite an eventful season.
Yeah, after all, $250,000 up for grabs.
Yeah. Is that the biggest purse? I think that's probably the biggest purse we've seen in first-class cricket here in the West Indies.
Yeah, most certainly, yeah.
Mm.
And I like the fact that the investment is there with regards to the first-class cricket.
It incentivizes these players to work on their games, to put in performances.
Yeah. For me, I might have just added one caveat
Let's
to
hear
that
it.
prize money.
Oi,
This is just my
oi.
random thoughts.
Yeah, man.
But no, it's a case of, okay, so let's say we would have had the prize money at, let's say, maybe 200,000. And then that additional $50,000 comes based on catches the cry. It is wide of long on. Takes a couple bounces before it gets there as well. But given how we have the point system in terms of batting points, bowling points, etc., the additional 50,000 I think would have been incentivized for me based on how many of those boxes were you able to tick along the road.
In terms of batting performances, bowling performances,
Yeah,
individual.
all wrong team performances. End of that over 260 for 8. And the reason for that, for me personally, is that at this level, this is where we're preparing for the next level and such. I don't think, yes, winning is important, but not as important as the process, and hence why we have the batting points, hence why we have the bowling points, because it makes no sense bowling out a team for 120, you scoring 130, you coming back with 150, you bowling out from 100, and you say, hey, we are the winners, because that does nothing in the future for West Indies cricket. And as such, why in putting those batting points and putting those bowling points, why it becomes so important now, because the team is not just looking at winning, but okay, I need to maximize on the points that I can get, because later on in the tournament they become very important. And as such, that just additional factor, okay, let us see how many of those matches you were able to tick certain boxes, and you know, once you get that, hey, that additional $50,000 then becomes yours.
Yeah, in terms of the extra points on offer, have you hit those targets? I get what you're saying. Also forces teams to really look into detail all aspects of the game, not just the batting and bowling, but who's bowling where, when, batting lineups, who's catching in what position. This one's hammered down the ground from Springer. He's looking superb now, into the 40s. Once again, just a bit floaty from Ashmead Ned. Something we've seen from him today. Probably starting to flag a little bit physically. He's done a lot of bowling in this match. As we said, a slightly depleted West Indies Academy attack.
That takes the partnership now into the 50s between Springer and John. And this could very well be that partnership that does it for the Volcanoes in terms of keeping them in that race, keeping them in the hunt and the fight for winning what would be their first title.
And it would be a very timely win indeed, but we're looking a bit far ahead. You can tell Ashmead Ned, confidence quite low at the moment, just carrying that head, just dropping, the shoulders dropping as well. It's been the body language predominantly throughout this West Indies Academy attack today. So the third 50-plus partnership of the inning so far for the Windward's Volcanoes. A welcome return to form almost with the bat for them. The end of that Ned over. A good finish after that boundary. This lead 268. The Windward's Volcanoes are 264 for 8. I like how Ryan John has played as well in this partnership with Springer. Scored just 18 from 62, but he supported the set batter very well. He's just played his role. He hasn't looked to do anything special. Just rotated strike whenever he's gotten the opportunity. Sound defense.
I have one word for it, Mally. He's been responsible.
He has. Very responsible indeed. This Windward Islands vice captain as well. So considered one of the senior players in this Volcanoes setup. And you're right, it's been very responsible, sensible cricket from him.
Valiant effort there by McKenny Clark, but not able to keep it down, rather to make a stop.
Like that from him, looking to add a bit of energy to this West Indies Academy performance in the field. Not in the playing 11, McKenny Clark. This one's whipped away. There should be at least 2 here for Springer. Comfortable. Takes him to 42, just 8 away from a 3rd first-class half-century of the season. Yet to bring up a first-class century in his career. But definitely has the ability. This one's swept fine. We'll get near to the boundary. Teddy Bishop gives up the chase. So another 4 to Shamar Springer. Another 4 to this Windward's Volcanoes total. And the West Indies Academy almost look like they're hoping someone could put them out of their misery in the field. Four away now with Springer. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. The wheels have just come off slightly for Joshua Bishop as well. It's a lot better. Gave that one some rip. Beat the outside edge. And I think that's where it's been a bit different for them today. It's just been a bit floaty from the left arm orthodox spinners. Single completes the over. 8 runs coming from that one. Where do the Academy go from here?
Well, I think they go to the new ball. That would be my thought. But at the same time, you're looking at the possible options. So Naeem, the young props, possibly will not be bowling. So that means we look again now to see Johan Lane, Joshua James, Kadeem Aline as the 3-seam options.
And I think yesterday he only came back out onto the field just to make sure that he would have been able to bat in a timely manner when required. Didn't come back out with any intention to bowl, especially with a side strain. All you're going to do is further damage. So yeah, it's Lane. It's Josh James. He's just bowled 7 in this innings.
Yeah, you just begin to wonder with regards to what might be the discussion out there in terms of their seamers.
Seems like they've left it up to the spinners here. And even in this situation, a depleted attack. No Naeem Young. Still got the wrist spinner in Akeem Ogies. He's a bit part-time, but these are the kind of bowlers that come on and break partnerships.
Yeah, it's one thing to be patient. It's nothing to pretty much give up the ghost, and it almost feels as if they've resigned at the moment and as such. Yeah, there's simply no harm in attempting something just slightly different to what's on offer at the moment. These two have been in operation on a stretch since before lunch. And they've come back after lunch, and things have not looked any different. They've still not attempted to change anything the West Indies Academy. Once again, yes, patience does come in to a longer format game like this, but at the end of the day also, you know, you're still looking to take wickets because you're looking to see, okay, hey, we need to be batting at some stage today. I think the conversation we need to be batting before tea. At one stage, at the start of the morning, it was a case of, okay, we need to be batting before lunch.
Yeah, that would have been the intention. At least overnight. Execution, not so much this morning. Left a lot to be desired. I've been trying to pull it back ever since the academy. This run rate, it's just hovered around that 3 mark for long periods, the majority of this innings. Doesn't seem like Josh James is an option today. So viable options seem like Lane and Kadeem Allen as seam options. 2 spinners. Part-timer of Aki Mogis with his little leg spinners. Can't see too many options out there.
The other thing to note in terms of 2 spinners in operation as well is that neither has opted to change their approach, even in changing to, let's say, okay, I'm operating with the wicket, let me go around the wicket, see whether or not they might just be a little more rough in a particular area. So, like, even if small things, so even if, you know, you're still operating in what would be your pair at the moment, both spinners, they've still not opted to do anything different in terms of their variation or approach. That one just angled down the leg side, and the chase is on.
Which probably just highlights your point of the academy just being a bit resigned to their fate here in this Windward's Volcanoes innings. Just hoping for a mistake from one of these Volcanoes batters. As you said, bowled unchanged today, pretty much. They bowl from the same ends. We haven't seen them switch around. They bowled 41 overs between them yesterday as well. Just advance into that one. Gave it the big heave-ho. Didn't make contact with Ryan John. That's something you don't see too much of, actually. Just these batters looking to advance to the spinners. It's mainly been John on a couple of occasions, Kavem Hodge as well. I want a good shape on it. Used the breeze nicely there, did Josh Bishop. Just hooped in from outside that off stump, but well played.
Well, Jordan Johnson is tracking back, and that is the moment that they were praying for. The wicket of Shamar Springer. He's upset with himself, and understandably, he's pretty much giving it away here. And Bishop gets the breakthrough.
Yes, soft, very soft from Shamar Springer. As we said, just starting to use this breeze, actually. Josh Bishop taking the outer half of the bat. Jordan Johnson set himself under that and took it quite comfortably. So this partnership comes to an end. Very valuable partnership in the context of the match. Springer departs just 3 short of what would have been a well-played half century, as you said, Joe. Just giving it away there. Out of the blue, rash stroke.
Yeah, thus far, he's picked his deliveries well, Shamar
Very
Springer.
well.
The thing about that one, though, is extremely wide of him, and that's why it got the toe of the bat as well. Majority of the deliveries that he's hit to the boundary were a lot straighter, a lot closer with the arc, the swinging arc, and they were all going back down the ground towards long off, towards long on. On that occasion, having to go over cover, and because of how much he had to reach for that one. Couldn't necessarily get enough bat onto it. And, well, he pays the ultimate price with his wicket.
Yeah, the first time we've actually seen him look to go over the offside on those deliveries before. Even if they were pitched outside that off stump, he'd use that long reach of his, at times even hit that slug sweep across the line against the spin. But here, taking the outer half of the bat. So Bishop picks up his fourth. The Academy just 1 wicket away now. This lead 279, very, very valuable lead runs on the board. It's going to take some very good batting indeed from the Academy. Cyrus just comfortably comes forward to end that over. Successful one for Josh Bishop. He's just 1 wicket away from another 5 for here. Volcanoes 275 for 9. Quite an animated conversation here between Skipper Young and umpire Ifa. It's actually moving a lot freer today. Naeem Young, which is good to see. He'll be needed with the bat. But first, they've got 1 wicket to take, just 1 remaining for the Volcanoes. They'd want to push this lead as close to 300 and past as possible. Field change. Fielder behind square moves. Looks like Jordan Johnson. He's been brought to the mid-wicket position on the boundary. So we've seen how responsible Ryan John has played so far today, especially in that innings in that partnership with Springer. Just played the supporting role.
Just seeing that setup made me wonder, because before that delivery, I was going to question, what might be the approach of Ryan John here. Does he tell himself, okay, collect a couple quick runs, get us to 300 as quickly as possible, or do I, continue to bat as I was with Shamar Springer? Do I trust Darryl Cyrus out there?
Advances on this one, but just covers up. I think anything remotely in his hitting area, he's going to go hard. Anything just slightly over pitched to him, he's going to look to take him downtown. Missed out there, just needed to get something on that one. No fielder in sight behind square on the leg side. See, all of a sudden the Ashmead Ned looking to give that one a bit of rip, bowling that one into the pitch. Maybe just saw Ryan John advancing, changing his length. We got a bit out of the pitch there, just a bit of turn and bounce.
Well, that's the final wicket of the innings. The spinners do the trick for the Academy.
Let's have a look here. Wide of the crease from Ashmead Ned. Angled in. John looking to go across his stumps. Shuffled across. Hit in front of middle. It's probably nailing middle and leg in the end. So Ashmead Ned wraps up this Windward's Volcanoes innings. His 3rd wicket of the innings. 7 wickets between the left arm orthodox spinners here. So once again, they've led from the front in terms of the wicket taking for this West Indies Academy bowling lineup. It's left them with 279 runs to win. Windward's Volcanoes bowled out for 275, 93 overs. Ashmead Ned picking up that final wicket, 3 for 65 from his 32 overs. So you'd have done a lot of work in this second innings. So as we said, 280 for the West Indies Academy to win this match. Join us in roughly 10 minutes or so as we resume for the beginning of the run chase.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. It's the final innings of this all-important game. Windward Island Volcanoes, second in the point standing coming into this final round. Or not final round, but the sixth round. And the West Indies Academy. And if we go back to the points table, we recognize West Indies Academy coming into this contest with 49 points. Windward Island Volcanoes with 71 points. Leeward Islands Hurricanes with 80 points. Barbados with 67. Guyana Happy Eagles with 66. Jamaica with 53. Trinidad and Tobago with 51. And the combined campuses and colleges with 25. The target is 280 to win. In fact, 279 to win. 279 is the target to win. And one will seriously have to look at the importance and maybe take a page out of the Windward Island Volcanoes script book. Athens and Pascal, they shared in a 54-run partnership, or 51 minutes, 71 balls. Athens and Hodge, 82-run partnership, 124 minutes, 220 balls. And John and Springer in a 63-run partnership, 74 minutes, 145 balls. I'm joined by Marley Richards. That is what it's going to take if the Academy needs to reach this target of 279.
Well, yeah, especially for Aki Mogis here. Very important innings. Joshua Dawn, it looks like, opening the innings in the second dig. Came in at number 3 in the first innings.
So, Ryan John, starting with 2 slips, a gully. Sort of defensive field, Mali. What do you think?
Tells you how conscious they are about leaking runs.
Got a deep backward square, fine leg, and a deep point. And every now and again, Mali, when Ogis comes forward, he tends to maybe just go off balance, maybe searching, maybe lack of confidence. A couple of years when we saw Ogis, we thought that Ogis would have been sort of touch player. Maybe sometimes you think about the environment. Ryan John. Again, the cameraman from ABS trying to get some shots, but somebody would have to give him an education lesson. And he'll have to go a little wider of the side screen.
So Aki Mogis, he's played 3 matches so far in this 4-day championship. Scores of 19 and 22 versus the Leeward, 13 and 34 versus the Red Force, and 1 and 5 versus the Harpy Eagles. So it's been a struggle for him in those 6 innings.
It'd be pretty interesting, Mali. I know we don't have all the data in front of us to figure out where he would have batted in those games.
Yeah, he's batted in a multitude of positions so far throughout the top 6.
Yeah, that's just been my major concern. I think that's the worrying signs for some of these players in the academy. Steered down to second slip.
I think it's just him in particular. I think he's just struggled for consistent scores. And with the investment in him by Cricket West Indies, they're just trying to find what is his suitable batting position, it seems like.
What do you think? I think he's a lower order batsman, if you ask me.
As in middle order?
Yes, in middle order. Gives him some time to wait and look around. I think one of the worrying factors when it comes to play the new ball, Mali, is that he's not conscious as to where sometimes his off stump is. He doesn't get his feet moving early. He tends to more or less, he's a sort of player who on the walk, looks to play some shots.
If we think back to December in that West Indies Academy versus the Ireland emerging team, he would have opened the innings.
Yeah.
Hakeem Ogis, and brought up his only half century so far in first class cricket, score of 75. That's just done a bit too much, maybe just pitched outside. Leg stump as well.
Think John just getting excited. Leg by signal.
And
There's
this new
way close.
Yeah, and his new ball is key though. You can tell just by how keen John was there, how much he sees this new ball as being key in this situation to take wickets.
But the good thing is that he didn't start wrong this time. He started over to the left-hander.
Yeah, he has. He's looking to swing it back in. Use that natural shape. And the other one just goes across Hakeem Ogis.
And his action is fitting for that. Yes, because, you know, he can just zip it in on you.
Quite slingy as well. Don't tend to see many fast bowlers with that slingy action actually be quite side on. They're actually quite side on. Getting a side on position as you see just there. Very tough to bowl with that slingy action. And bowl front on almost. You see a lot of mixed actions as well in a game. Bit of both. But these slingy action type bowlers tend to use that side on action to generate that whip with the arm.
To 75 Windward Islands. Bowled in the second innings, 93 overs, 26 boundaries, and 5 sixes. Alex Athenes, 89, 119 balls, 12 fours, 1 6, 175 minutes at the crease. Sonny Lambris, his 41 came off 39 balls, 53 minutes. Shamar Springer, 47, 111 minutes, 98 balls. Shared in a very crucial partnership with Ryan John for 63. Second best of the day and of the game so far. Goes back and slaps that down to the boundary for 4.
That's what he likes. Hakeem Ogis feasts on width. They're just starting with a bit of a loosener. It was Gillon Tyson. Remember, he picked up 5 for 50 in that first innings.
You have to remember how you get those. How he
Got
picked
those
up those
wickets,
5 wickets.
Yeah, he was a chief destroyer. He was hostile, ball with good pace, consistent pace throughout. With this new ball in hand, I think he'll be a bit of a challenge. He'll pose some problems for these West Indies Academy bowlers. Just got to see off this new ball in this situation. That's the main role of the openers.
Good pace, good carry. Joshua Bishop finishing the day on 38 overs, 11 maidens, 78 runs, 4 wickets, 4 boundaries and 2 sixes hit off of his bowling attack for the day, Mali.
And a lot of those would have come towards the back end of his spell as well.
Yeah. So match figures of 47.3 overs, 13 maidens, 102 wickets, 102 runs with 8 wickets. So a good outing for Joshua Bishop.
Is that taking him up to 37 for the season so far?
Yes, because he would have come into the context, Bishop, of 29, 30, 37. So he'll be more or less the leading wicket taker as we speak.
I think Ned as well with his 3 wickets in this second innings. He's gone up into the 30s, just on 30 now.
He's gone to 29. So he would have bowled in this match 37.5 overs, 8 maidens, 84 runs, 2 wickets. Looked like he got more than that, but I guess the run-outs maybe would have faltered us in that way.
I swear he got 3. Didn't he get 3 in the second innings? He got the last one.
He got it. Hold a minute.
Yeah.
So he got 6 naught, 19 naught in the first.
Mm.
Bowled aberrably small. Let's go back through that again. West Indies Academy scoreboard.
Got Ryan John, LBW, final wicket. I think that would have taken him up to 3
Yes,
for the
3 for
innings.
65. Yeah, so he finishes with 3 for 65, Ned. So he's now got 30 wickets with 2 innings to go, more than likely. Could maybe end up with 40 wickets. It should be not a bad outing for him at all.
I think it's fair to say it's been a breakthrough season for him.
In the 4-day format.
In the 4-day format, yeah.
Yes. Because he's always been a good white ball bowler.
And he's always, whenever he's played 4-day cricket in the past, he's tended to be more of the holding, play more of the holding role.
I thought this morning he came out sort of loopy.
Yeah,
As
that's
if somebody was telling him to just flight up
out
the
of
deliveries.
character, very out of character for him in
Yeah.
that situation. But so far he's
Punched into the offside. They're thinking about 2. The call was very early. And good running indeed by O'Geese and Dawn.
I think he's just been a bit more threatening this season, Ashmead Ned.
And it's a matter of learning how to bowl in the context of from white ball cricket to red ball cricket. And they've put in some overs between them, but somewhere along the line, Mali, I still feel that the academy team is missing an off spinner. And even today in their pace attack, they didn't have any. It folded now because Ned and Bishop, they bowled in this match 85.2 overs, 21 maidens, 186 runs for 11 wickets.
It was last year. It was Kevin Wickham almost played that role with having the ability to bowl the offies and also his leg spinners. But since he's graduated to the Barbados setup, I haven't seen him too much with the ball. His bowling just seems to have gone off the boil as well.
Simply because maybe in the formation enlightenment of Barbados, they maybe don't see him as that sort of bowler, but he is a good cricketer, Kevin Wickham.
Especially with his leggies. I think he's really got to work on those. We saw him in the Super 50, some 2 years ago now. He was bamboozling a lot of West Indies batters, the senior batters, international batters with international experience. But since then, that's going down.
He's giving him.
That's close. Let's see that again.
Dawn goes leg before. He might be unlucky there. He stands there, but that's the dreaded nature of the game. Dawn goes back for naught. Did he pitch in line?
He did pitch in line, but I think that was just doing a bit too much, Vern.
Yeah, I think that might have been going down, but we don't have DRS here. But we have our own replay screen action. Dawn goes for naught.
Instantly seeing it in real time, I thought that one just seems to be sneaking down the leg side. But it was a vociferous appeal indeed. Went up confidently, did Ryan John and the rest of the Volcanoes. So the first wicket down here. Another failure for Dawn, Joshua Dawn in this match.
Yeah. Still kind of puzzling me, Mali, as to why we would not have a Rivaldo Clark around this setup. Only played 1 game, as you called out his stats yesterday. But there have been a flurry of players that we've seen come through. We've seen the Royals. We've seen, sure I saw another name, Joseph, who got hit. I haven't seen him come back. And Becky Joseph.
We haven't seen him since.
We haven't seen him since, but I've seen him playing in the Tobago T10 tournament. He's been scoring a lot of runs there as well. But he hasn't been called back here. There's no Kelvin Pittman, who is maybe not even in the conversation. I was supposed to ask the coach if he's injured, because normally he would be around the squad.
Yeah, young Dawn, I think just a little unlucky there with that one.
By Leslie Reefer Jr. under the microscope, 7 for 1.
As we were saying on day one, young Dawn, one of the members, actually one of the 5 players playing in this 4-day championship who would have been in that on that West Indies under-19 tour of Sri Lanka, where they would have played some red ball cricket, 2 youth international test matches. Joshua Dawn, Joel Andrew, Nathan Edward.
So out comes Teddy Bishop. They got 2 slips, 2 gullies, Mally. So they must know something that we don't know. What are they working on? John is working on...
He does struggle against the outswinger, especially early in his innings. So they've got the fielders in position in case that outside edge is taken.
And they're also playing mind games with him as well, too. Making him wait.
Yeah, we were saying Joshua Dawn, Jordan Johnson, Stefan Pascal, Joel Andrew, and Isaiah Thorne. Those 5 players have graduated to first-class honours since then. So the pathway, we're seeing players come through the pathway, aren't we?
From the under-19 level,
the under-19 level.
Into the franchise level. Because there's also a missing gap, because you have someone like a Nathan Edwards who will maybe not play first-class cricket this season.
It'll be an opportunity for him as well, maybe next season, to maybe join the new recruits at the academy.
But to be honest,
especially with a new coach coming in as well.
But even in this present setup, Mali, maybe they just needed a left armer. I know they got Simmons on the bench, but I'm just looking ahead. I just feel that they need a off spinner. And they can maybe invest in a wrist spinner, which will be pretty interesting.
Let me ask you something. What's the latest in terms of his career, Onaji Amory from Nevis?
Seems to have stopped.
Stopped playing cricket?
Seemed to have stopped. It's like it stopped in the Narrows between St. Kitts and Nevis. Lovely cover drive for 4. Half volley put away. That's an excellent shot by Bishop.
Excellent shot indeed. Let's have a look at this. The balance was superb. Look at that. Good base, solid foundation. Just had to play through the line. It was a long half volley, but put away with a plum by Teddy Bishop. So he gets his account off with a quite spanking extra cover drive, similar to what we saw from Stefan Pascal yesterday. He played one sumptuous extra cover drive early in his innings to just showcase the potential of this young player.
Turned into the leg side area. They're thinking about 2, and they're going to come back quite easily. Larry Edwards running around there, can't stop the 2.
That was a very, very dicey shot, that from Teddy Bishop. That was straight on the stumps, chose to go across the line.
Had he missed it,
Had he missed it, he would have been in big, big trouble.
So, Mali, let's ask something. You asked me a political question, and I want to make sure that I answer it.
No, just in terms of...
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Onaji Amri, he could have also been part of this academy setup, coming out of the under-19. I'm talking about the
He's
communication.
one of the standout performers.
Yes,
in the
so
World
I'm
Cup.
saying we have to look to figure out, you can't have a young guy or young spinners around and not giving them options. So even if he's around the Leeward Island Hurricane setup and there's no room for him, I think the academy, the combined campuses and the colleges has to be an area where you look to put these players in.
I think also he has to truly reflect the Caribbean, you know, and not just a token player from a particular region just to satisfy or just to quell the chatter or the noise around.
And when we don't see an Onaji Amri now, as you are asking now, by the time he comes, it's going to be maybe 2-3 years off the boil. It's going to take some time for him in terms of his progression rate to compete at this level.
If I'm not mistaken, he would have played under 19s.
2022?
Yeah, well, actually, he would have played in the last installment of the Cricket West Indies under 19 Championship
yes.
in St. Vincent.
Yes. 2023. Beautiful delivery. And that Yorker was bold because Bishop tends to fall over. They maybe want to trap him on the crease.
And I think this Gillon Tyson is a real prospect, isn't he? Even though 27 years old, he would have played the one match earlier in the season. Struggled with some shoulder issues, but he's fit and firing, ready to go once again. 27 years old. You wonder, where has he been all these years? Goes with good pace, good control as well.
Every now and again, he feels he has to bang the ball in short. I think he's more dangerous when he's pitching up the delivery. With this new ball, you got to try and get early wickets. It's very, very important. I think if you bowl the ball between wicket and wicket, anything can happen. Ambrose at first slip, John at second, Hodge at gully. Benjamin goes down behind the stumps. On top of it, staring it, Hodge can't stop the single.
And what I like about him as well, he also has one of those actions that looks quite repeatable. Big, strong guy. Very strong upper body.
He may be disappointed yesterday the way he got out, and he was sent in as the night watchman. Manager Leon Sebastian and Coach Peters would have maybe had some strong words.
Yeah, in terms of the shot selection. To hold out in that manner when you've just been sent out to see things to the end.
He was also spoken to as well. Quietly forward. And the reason, Mali, I'm glad that you made a point, because Ned was bowling and bowling. When Ned gave his hand away yesterday in the first innings, that is an indication to tell you how hard this cricket is. So when you get a chance to bat, you take your time and you bat and you apply yourself.
Yeah. I like the way the feet are moving here early for Akeem Ogis. As you said, just quietly came forward, but picked that length quite early. Solid forward front foot defense.
His mom and his dad, who's very supportive of him, will be glued to either their phone or their computer, looking at this innings, analyzing everything. Over comes to an end, 16 for 1. Ogis is 8, Bishop is 7.
And Ogis is coming up against his home territory in the Windwards, the young St. Lucian. So he'll also be having a look around at this team and thinking, where do I fit in a not too distant future? It's an opportunity for him to just show his worth, what he could be worth to the Windwards Volcanoes franchise as well.
Interesting enough, Mali, when Joel Manning was on with you, he's talking about the prize money. You know, he would have narrowed it down to look at the batting and the bowling and
catching and stuff.
Yeah. The tactics is something key, which I think that we have to pay attention to. Leaning edge there, almost.
And this is the problem that a Ryan John can pose to a left-hander from over the wicket, especially with the ability to swing that ball in late. Just there you can see Akeem Ogis signaling to his batting partner, that one just going across me.
He'll maybe have to make a slight adjustment, Mali, in his stance as well too.
He has to be very tight here.
Yeah.
Can't go following the ball either. He's got to watch the ball very closely, play as late as possible. Just there again, that one holding its line outside that off stump.
And you see what happens now, Mali. He's coming on the blind side now of the left-hander. And Ogis is not sure, because John can also bring the ball back. So that's a worrying factor in his mind already.
And that's where the slips come into play. As he said, not sure what to play and what to leave. So at this stage, he's predominantly going to play at everything.
Might be nice for him to bat off his crease as well too, Mali. That could be another option that he could be thinking about.
Just there, well played, looking to come forward, leading with the head. Play with soft hands as well.
But he's got to be confident. He has to remember that shot now. To understand that John is a slingy bowler. So he's looking to hone in at those pads. So he's got to be looking to lead, to come forward. That stride has to be a positive stride.
That's true. You've also got to understand how the bowler is trying to get you out. Look to counteract those tactics. So far, it looks like he's taking a middle stump guard there. Just a slight little shuffle across.
And because of that now, it forced John to have to bowl a new line.
But the reason why that leave was so comfortable as well is the ball was just a bit short, so it was left on length. Just want to create that doubt, bowling that corridor, as the legendary Jeff Boycott would say.
Uncertainty?
Yeah, that corridor of uncertainty where the batter's not sure whether to go forward or back.
It's that minute second. Much tighter there. Love that. Very compact there. You can't see the stumps there at all. His feet is moving, as you rightly said, Mali. You've picked up this very early. It looks a lot more comfortable. It's come out with a sense of purpose. If he could maybe just carry on. You think there's a tactic, Mali, where they decided not to go for Aline at the top of the order?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Not sure if he's carrying a little injury. I don't know. No words come to the media center about the reason. Kind of landed awkwardly there, Darryl Cyrus, on that left shoulder.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. There's too many diving around, Mali. Like goalkeepers, stay on your feet and stop the ball.
Saw Matthew Nandu have an unfortunate shoulder injury. Actually, I didn't check. Is he playing in this round?
Don't remember seeing his
I don't
name
think he
because
is.
Perez opened.
Yeah, I don't think he is. So he's
Yeah.
probably still suffering with the effects of that shoulder.
These grounds are very hard, you know, Mali.
Yeah, and when they're like this as well, just with the moisture around, and we've had a bit of rain, especially when you dive at times, the limbs can just stick into the turf, and that's where it becomes extra dangerous.
Loose shot. Was not there. It didn't bounce enough.
Looks a lot better when he actually looks to stand tall and play that punch shot as opposed to the cut.
Leeward's in trouble, Mali. 251 to 52 for 6. Casey Carty scoring 127. Jeremiah Louis just out for 5. Hayden Walsh has just come to the crease. According to this, Joel Andrews on 40 not out, or 46 deliveries.
Continuing in his attacking form. Did you hear that he would have played in last weekend's round of
Was following it.
of Super 40 cricket here in Antigua?
And then had to catch a flight.
Had to catch a flight after scoring 50 odd. I wonder if there was if the Pickett's team were allowed a sub. I wouldn't have allowed it, but
No, but I think they were chasing, right?
well, they were batting second. You're
yes,
right.
Yes,
you're right,
he fielded first.
Yeah, so he would have played his role.
Yeah. Too late. He's got to lean into that. He's looking to play the ball behind square. And he's caught in two minds again. That's what he's talking about.
But it must be said, young Joel Andrew, he's taken to first class cricket like a Dr. Water, hasn't he?
He certainly has, as if he's belonged there. Louis 52, Powell 3, Carty 127, Graves 1, Hamilton not, bowled by Cumberbatch, Louis 5. So Barbados clawing themselves back into that game. Sweet. Through the covers for 4.
Yeah, beats the man on that cover boundary as well. What a shot this was from Akeem Ogies. Probably the best we've seen from him in a while. Look at that position. Once again, solid foundation, that stride, the transference of weight, everything perfect on that occasion. straight out the middle of the bat. And I did say earlier, I like the way his feet are moving, even in defense. He's going back, using the depth of the crease. He's judging the ball well outside the off stump. Let's hope I haven't put the mockers on him, though.
Four more.
Maybe even better.
Oh, that's a half volley by Tyson. Gotta hit the deck, champ.
Yeah, no swing, no seam movement. Once again, fantastic stride.
Almost like a Rolls Royce.
I bet
He's
you
driving.
like that. I bet you like that one, Vernon. The stride and that head position, everything going in the right direction.
Let's see that again, Jason. I think that's got to be one of the highlights of the match so far.
This one was timed even better than that first one.
Ooh,
Didn't collapse too much as well onto that back foot.
solid base.
Very well played.
Down the onside. Dylan Tyson deciding to come around the wicket. I think he needs to pick a page out of John's book. Ghana Abbey Eagles 66 for 2. Shanda Paul 11. Perez, our good friend Mali, he scored 22. Imla is not out 17 and Anderson is not out 9. So pressure mounting at Sabina Park in Jamaica. Jamaica Scorpions are bowled over 153. And Vasami Pomal picked up 5 wickets. So Guyana pushing hard. Remember, Guyana, they came into this championship in 4th with 66 points. This is going to be a close contest.
Yeah, they won 3 in a row.
Looking like 4 now.
Looking like 4 as well. So not only do they like it here at the CCG, I remember speaking to a few of the Guyanese players when they were here, and they were saying, boy, we'd love to play the rest of our matches here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
And that is what has worked for this year's 2024 4-day competition. Teams have been able to move around in certain areas because of the build-up for the World Cup, but I think it has done well for 4-day cricket. Bishop looking to drive. Presentation of a nice straight bat. Combined campuses and colleges bowled over for 238. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, 353 runs. Looks like they will enforce the follow-on there in that game.
And just this little partnership once again, just illustrating maybe, especially in the first innings for both teams, just how under par they were with the bat. Because conditions here still good for batting.
Turned beautifully. Tyson coming around. That's got to be 2 runs. The early running. You've got to be aggressively looking to run everything, especially when you're chasing. You can't say there's tomorrow.
Maybe they saw the big man hearing around there.
Yeah, but
thought that he's got a cannon of an arm.
yeah, but he had to run, Mali, about 10 meters.
He did very well. He got around there quickly.
Yeah. To pick it up, if you can't get between the sticks to get back for 2 runs there, then something has got to be wrong. But I think Oggies had already made his mind up that it was going to be 1.
How many would that have been if it was Jimbo Carnwall batting?
Maybe the same one. He'd have been jogging that one.
Might have seen the umpire doing this. You know what I mean?
Nah. He'd have got it.
There's a chance.
That's a long single. Not that bad, Mali. If David Warner was playing here, Mali, he'd be looking to push retrieve. You don't look sharp.
In fact, Jimbo Carnwall would have hit that for 4 or 6. He'd be like,
easily.
not too much running.
Not too much running
For
today.
me.
26 for 1. Good leave. Good head position there. Having a look at it. You always have to remember that the ball must come down to you. So those eyes have to be fixed on the ball.
It's a good start this. Good start this from Akeem Ogis in particular. The academy losing the early wicket of Joshua Dawn, but both Oggies and Bishop looking quite assured at this stage. Batting conditions looking quite, well, conditions here still looking quite good for batting here on day 3.
Round the wicket comes John. Maybe just try and get into the minds of an Oggies. So after the loss of the first wicket, these two rebuilding. Partnership 19 from 27. Sweet. Don't move, son. Don't move. Textbook.
That's the third one we've seen from Akeem Oggies in the last couple of overs.
Found the gap.
Each one better than the next.
Every time.
This one timed superbly, and as we said, Vernon, the feet moving with positive intent, that head position as well. Not looking to hit the ball too hard, keeping his shape.
And this is the Oggies that you've come to understand and learn and see from the under-19 level up to the academy.
We have seen this a few times before, and this is the stage now in which things get a bit dicey for Akeem Oggies mentally. He's on to 21 from 30. He's played 3 spanking extra cover drives.
You think Captain Alex Athanaze might be saying, wow, that's a beauty.
This is what I'm saying. He's advertising himself to the Volcanoes here as well, playing against his home territory. And it's something he should be looking to do in the not too distant future.
And there are spots in the Volcanoes team going forward. Here is Bishop. He's also looking for a spot too. He's driving this through cover. Picking up a couple of runs. I think in the next couple of years, Mali, the Windward Island Volcanoes going to have a real decent young team. Got some potential batsmen around.
Pascal.
Bishop.
Oggies.
They got some talent. You got Kamani Melius, who's been dropped out of this 13-man squad here. So you can imagine having, you know, someone like the skipper, Athens and company. They got bright prospects ahead. Clipped away beautifully. That's a big save by Tyson, putting his body on the line.
And I think that's where he's been very, very good as well, as in the field. He's not let his teammates down at all. He's very athletic, even though he's such a big guy. And landed quite heavily.
I think he could be a 400-meter track star, Mali. You look like he has that sort of figure.
And that running form as well.
Yeah.
He's probably a former athlete.
Maybe looks that way.
Former track and field athlete, that is.
Positive start here, Mali. Even though the loss of Dawn, these two have looked fluent so far.
Can Oggies continue concentrating in the fashion that he has been, though?
It's all in the mind.
That's the issue with him, is mentally. He's as talented as any of the young batters we've seen in the West Indies Academy, but hasn't had the same results. Even probably a little more experience as well. He was an emerging player for the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL.
And I think it has to do, Mali, with the preparation, how you prepare. You can't prepare in a game. You have to prepare before. Good leave. And you know, the game has changed so much, Mali, compared to even when you started. They've got all this data available to them, video analysts, footage, so they can go back as students and sit down and look at themselves,
The games
work
are
on the
being
corrections.
streamed. They can go home, have a look, as you said. Not only in an official team setting, but when they're on their own, sitting on their iPads or their phones, they can analyze for themselves.
Turned. Edwards coming around. Will he get there? He does. And he fires back. Strong return. They get 2 runs quite easily. Score in the meantime goes up to 35 for 1. The partnership is 28 from 33. Almost a runner ball.
And apart from Ryan John, no other Windward's Volcanoes bowlers managed to get any semblance of swing. It's been straight up and down, especially from the CIU road end. Short spell for Tyson.
Over comes to an end. 35 for 1. So thanks to Marley Richards, Joel Manning will join us here. 8 overs bowled. Summary, 160 to 150 at 275. And Joel Manning will step into the hot seat. 280 to win. Joshua Bishop. Main destroyer. 47.3 overs, 13 maidens, 102 runs with 8 wickets to complement it. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon, Vernon. It's been a good start so far here for the West Indies Academy.
It's not done yet. Missed out there. Simply because he's looking to go square. Still trying to go square. Be advised to just turn the hips and hit that straight down the ground. He's got to think about the next ball, Teddy Bishop. Every now and again he tends to fall over. He's also an LBW candidate. Sometimes gets trapped onto the crease. Ryan John knows that. You could see him working on something. 2 slips and a gully go down. It's a much better shot from Teddy Bishop. Just would like to get him to just get that straighter. Keep talking to himself. It's been a hot day here, Joel, despite that we've had some start and stop showers. Sun is really beltering out here at Coolidge.
Yeah, it certainly is beaming down. I think it's going to get the surface to the point that we probably expected it to be on day number 2.
Still a good batting surface anyway so far, Joel.
No, it really is. And that's why I'm enjoying the positive approach of the West Indies Academy at the moment. I mentioned the fact that, especially the likes of somebody like Kadeem Aline in their setup, of course, he didn't open. And he's actually been shifted down the order. You just probably wonder why at this stage. Maybe there might be something wrong with him. But it needed somebody, especially in the top order, to have some form of positive intent on this surface to start to make inroads into this total. He's going to take a very calculated approach this second innings. Yes, there's a lot of time still left in the game. I don't think they want to find themselves in the latter stages of day 4, still having to nudge and nurdle to get themselves to this total. We have a chance here. There's still a lot of time left in the evening of day number 3 to take a decent chunk of that total away. Probably not half, but at least find themselves steadily along the path.
Turned for a very comfortable single.
The other thing that we notice about the Windward sides is that when the seamers aren't picking up wickets for them, they don't seem to have the answers, and as such, if this pair or the West Indies Academy on a whole can stand the test of the seamers, stand the test of the likes of Ryan John, stand the test of the likes of Gillen Tyson, and certainly they will find themselves, it will be a fantastic position and a chance to upset the apple cart, so to speak, of the Windwards. The end of that over, it's 36 for 1.
Yeah, 36 for 1. Last game against the combined campuses and colleges, Teddy Bishop, 21 years old, from the Spice Isle of Grenada, who celebrated 50 years of independence this year. So good afternoon to Stevenson Worm. He scored 13 and 114, so he's got a first-class 100 behind him. Against Trinidad and Tobago, he scored 65 and 9. The Academy 2 and North, and Jamaica 14 and 2. Made his debut in ODI for the West Indies against Australia, 5th of February 2024. So, bright future ahead of him, young Teddy Bishop. And he too will be thinking about trying to break down the door to get into this Windward Island Volcanoes setup as a franchise player. If he can play a match-winning innings today, he would certainly nudge the board. Driving, dropped! You have to take that, Cyrus. It was hit ferociously, but at this level, you have to take that.
There was a comfortable height as well. Certainly, as you mentioned, at this level, those are what you consider to be the regulation chances, especially when you know that as long as a batter applies himself, they are going to get in on this surface. So when the chances are provided, you need to take them. And the question is, how much will Teddy Bishop make them pay for that one?
He's losing his concentration tremendously there.
Quite a number of batters in this innings actually have, well, not this innings, but in this match, been caught driving on the up. A few of them have been caught and bowled. That last shot prompts a change in the field. A man now back on the deep square leg boundary, just in front of square.
He's got to keep batting. He's got to keep batting. He's got to love batting as well too. Single, getting off strike very quickly. Rotation of the strike is also very important. Partnership 30 from 43. Geese was look, just helps that one round to Larry Edwards. Weighted it, sort of bounced up on him. Recovered nicely. Get the return back in very quickly. Top of it, steering it out into the cover area.
operating in similar fashion to how he did in the first innings, Shamar Springer. Even though his initial figures didn't scream how well he was bowling, to my mind, he was a big part of why the Windwards were able to dismiss the West Indies Academy in the end.
13 overs, 1 maiden, 65 runs, 2 wickets.
He's that bowler that just keeps coming at you, puts the ball in the right areas. The end of that over, it's 38 for 1.
Cyrus will be still kicking himself for dropping what could be considered a sitter. But he'll have to put that behind him and know that he'll have a role to play here in the match when he gets a chance to bowl. Goes back from around to over to the left-hander O'Geese, Ryan John. John in the first innings, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 40 runs, 2 wickets. I think umpire Leslie Reiford Jr. trying to signal Kadeem Phillip to get the hammer out. They're going to take drinks as Kadeem Phillip is being ordered on. So the drinks break. 38 for 1 in 10.1 overs. We will take a small break and we'll be back in under 5 minutes.
back from the refreshment break with just about 5 deliveries now left in this Ryan John over. Windward's Islands Volcanoes hunting for 9 wickets. The West Indies Academy hunting for 280.
He's out leg before. O'Geese goes. Leg before wicket. Ryan John strikes after the break. Full delivery. Plumb on the money. And O'Geese losing his concentration. He was batting so well all day. Didn't refocus after the break. And the Academy losing their second wicket, 38 for 2.
I said they were hunting now. They're now hunting 8. The Volcanoes. Went full and a bit of movement as well back into O'Geese. And that was his undoing. Probably one of the easier decisions that umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. will have to make in this match, given how full that one was.
The Queen's Park Oval in Barbados. Barbados Pride pushing the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands 272 for 8. Casey Carty 127. Michael Louis 52. And 17-year-old Joel Anjo is on 48 not out. 58 balls, 7 fours and 1 6. Hamilton North, Louis 5. Walsh 2. Cornwall 1. And Archibald has just come to the crease. So Barbados piling the pressure on. Trinidad and Tobago batting a second time. They're 16 for 1. This is turning out, Joel, to be an exciting round going into the final round of matches. Defending champions, Guyana Happy Eagles. They're 103 for 3. They lead by 374 runs after bowling out the Scorpions for 153. Defending champions scoring 424 in their first innings. Second innings, Shanda Paul 11, Perez 22. Imlay is not out in 22. Anderson not out in fact, Anderson has just got out for 25. So it's now brought Sinclair to the crease. He's on 8. But here is the big man, Kadim Aline, who's come out at 4. What do you think will be his first delivery up, Joel?
I'm going full just outside of the off stump, looking for a bit of a wave movement to see whether or not Ali looks to get that big straight out. Very early in his innings. Usually finds the outer edge of that bat. Quite often finds himself perishing via the slip cordon.
Ryan John will be looking to execute his white ball skills here as well. Something was just not right yet. Umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. will be signaling the dead ball. Some chatter going on.
Yeah, certainly must look to get in the head of Kadim Aline quite early. Also looking at that slip cordon, telling myself, yeah, everybody could probably take a step to the right, given how hard he goes at the ball, Kadim Aline. Usually a thicker outside edge.
He has to shut out the noise anyhow, Joel. Can't be worrying with the chatter behind him. He's got to be concentrating on the ball. And the bowler as well. Off the mark straight away. Played to mid-on. Cyrus is deep. Looking for more power. So good positive start here by Kadim Aline. He's sent for another bat or another pair of gloves. Which one?
Looks like he might be taking off that thigh pad, in fact, Kadim Aline.
Wow. He feels like John has no pace. So he's shown his intentions very early. He's a big boy. He's got some potential. Every time I see him, I see a makeup of a Phil Wallace.
Come tomorrow, we could be looking at a very interesting table in the first class championship, and a table in which you can possibly have 4 contenders. The start of round number 7.
Think it's going to get right down to that. His brief career here so far, Kadim Allen has already got 3 half centuries, 208 runs, high score of 57. He's been touted. He's got a 52 against Jamaica, back-to-back half centuries, 2 for 29, 57 against the Leeward Islands in a winning cause there at Warner Park. 39 for 2. Over comes to an end.
Yeah, just going back to that table, when you look at it, you tell yourself between Guyana, Barbados, Windwards, and Leewards, possibly could all be in the dance come round number 7, depending on how results shape up. And then when you look at
What the 3 you said?
Leeward, Windward, Barbados, and Guyana.
Yeah, I think it will come down to that. Yeah.
And then Guyana will be playing CCC in round number 7, so they might tell themselves based on form at the moment and not based on players or anything like that, just to clarify that for those listening. But based on form in this tournament, Guyana might think that they've drawn the easiest of the options when it comes to round number 7.
Barbados has got the academy here.
And then Windward will be playing Leeward.
That will be a Tantimul affair. It's been dubbed the OECS affair. I think everybody's been billing for that one. It died. So it's a question as to out of those 4 teams who wants it the most. But the defending champions, they stand in a very, very, very critical position of coming from behind because they've got a momentum.
Yes, they certainly do. And what they've also added to it is the amount of batting points that they've been able to rack up across the last 3 rounds that they've played. In fact, the last 4 rounds that Guyana have played, the amount of batting points will come in handy for them. Because they've not just won games, but they've gotten some massive first innings totals, Guyana, across the last 4 rounds. Or the last 3 rounds. Well, this round, last 2. Yeah, last 4. I was correct in that one. A victory here adds 12 points plus 3 for the Windwards. 12 for the win. Bowling points included in there. And then
So we'll take them to 86. Because they got 71 as we speak right now.
yeah, something like that, but don't quote me on that one because points could come from somewhere else. Just a continue the fact that certainly no batting points for them in that first innings. Would have gotten maximum bowling points. If they secure the win, that would add 12. Leeward Islands in a ticklish position at the moment versus Barbados.
Very.
Might need to scrape for a draw there to ensure that they could collect some points.
If not, Barbados could pick up 12. Take them up to, with all the batting points as well too, so they could maybe be coming out of that championship, maybe leading.
Yeah, for Barbados, I think possibly 4 batting points for them. I think based on where I saw them at 110 overs, it could possibly be 4 batting points for them, if not 3 batting points.
So that'll take them to 83 points, just barring that we're looking at it at that standpoint.
Yeah, we'll also collect the bowling points as well.
So it's going to be interesting. It's going right down to the wire.
You can see another round shaping up whereby results are possible across all 4 of the matches. And it just takes me back to round 4 and the discussions that were happening there and the excitement surrounding the tournament, just on the basis that on day number 4 you could switch on your stream and see 4 games that were pushing results. 3 of those games went down towards the last session of the day. The end of that over, it's 39 for 2.
Somebody asked him to send back for his type pad. He's certainly not interested in any type pad at all here.
Tyson, use the wicket there. Right arm over, ball and change.
Well, it's going to be Tyson to replace John from this media center end.
I think they liked him bowling from this end. Joel, the first innings.
Yeah, he certainly did find success. In fact, his first 2 pieces of success came from this media center end. Picked up 5 in the end, did Tyson. And just looking at what happened in that first innings, it just underscores how much the Volcanoes depend on their seamers. He got a hand to it, and because of that, he's going to be able to pull it back just within the boundary. Darius Martin on the field. Just a 1 over for Darryl Cyrus in the academy first innings. 12 overs for Ryan John, 13.4 for Tyson, 13 for Springer.
No, no!
Got to be careful with that. Kadeem Aline.
Yeah, we know him to be quite aggressive, and he's played 1 aggressive innings in terms of those 50s that you mentioned a little earlier. The fact he has 3. But he has to understand that he's yet to get his big score in this tournament. No better time than in this particular encounter, especially given that his side will need at least 2 people to stand up and bat.
That's the challenge. Takes concentration over completed.
Yeah, when looking at a target anywhere in the range of the 300, their target here 280. You're telling yourself, if you get one batter with 100 and that 120 or so, you get somebody who chips in with a 60, 70. You look back at what's required, you would tell yourself the remainder of your batters should be able to pull together what will be the required 100 runs or so. So the question then becomes, who is that batter that will put up their hand and score that 100 for the West Indies Academy? Who will play the innings that allows them to get to that 60, 70 odd not out? Well, he goes after this one, Aline. 2 bounces over the ropes. And that's his first boundary. Yeah, give it a bit of width, Aline, and you just always knew at some stage he was going to free his hands because he is that type of batter. Doesn't like to get bogged down for too long, does Kadeem Ali. That's also why you always know at some stage he might present a chance for you. Crow takes his strike quite nicely after that. He's certainly a lad with a lot of talent, Kadeem Ali, and in conversations with him, you get the impression that he's hungry for success in cricket. He's gotten his breaks in the shorter formats of the game, the T20 circuit, playing in CPL and making a name for himself, but he wants to do more than just that. And he's gotten a fantastic opportunity here with the academy this season. And what I also love is the fact that they've given him that run. Usually, of course, we see him at the top of the order. Today, he's been dropped down to 4 in the order. The thing about it is just not enough to be hungry for the success. So take those opportunities when they're presented to you. And like I said, a fantastic opportunity here for him. Lovely flowing drive. Should pick up 2. A lot of ground to be covered by Larry Edward, who's on the field for Johan Jeremiah. Edward came into this side in round number 5. Played that game versus Guyana Harpy Eagles, and not here now in round number 6, or rather not playing.
Yeah.
Get it.
Keep working there, gentlemen. Keep working, gentlemen. Come on, fellas. We enjoy it, man. We enjoy it, fellas.
Don't want to overemphasize the point,
Keep going, Buju.
Joel, but you're making some very, very, very strong points. And wanted to look at the Guyana Harpy Eagles in terms of their scores for the season. We'll get back to that. And had it been not for that rain-affected game against Trinidad and Tobago, Connery, come back to
Let work, boys.
that thought process. Against the Jamaica Scorpions. So, as you rightly said, they scored 424 in that game, 116.3 overs. And as we speak, they're 128 for 3 in their second innings. First game, not the first game, but against Windwards, they scored 308 and 224 for 2 declared. Also against Guyana, 436 and 136 for 8 against the Academy. 175 and 415 for 7 declared. And their lowest outing maybe might have been against the Leeward Islands, 188 and 186.
Yeah, so that's that one game that they lost in that second round, Ghana Harpy Eagles. So that first game ended up in a draw after Trinidad was the only team to bat in that match. When you look at it, you probably might tell yourself that they might have been able to collect a couple points in that one as well, and since then have had to play catch up, sitting on 66.8 points in Ghana Harpy Eagles. But when you look at the scores that they've been able to put up, I think that they can be certainly proud from round 3 onwards in terms of what they've done. Straight out of the top draw from Teddy Bishop, and it earns him a boundary. Yeah, just leaned quite nicely into that one. Tyson falling to his knees. Definitely could have gotten a boot to that one though. Just to look back towards the point being made, especially in terms of Guyana, what I've also enjoyed is the leadership of Tevin Imlach. You know, he looks to be a young man with his head on. And the way he speaks about his side and the way he has commanded respect in his team. It's certainly been something to behold, and to my mind, I actually think that he could be one of the future leaders within the Caribbean. Tevin Imlach was handed the reins in round 3 of this championship, and since then he's certainly rallied his troops quite well. As I said, based on the conversations, the interviews that he's been doing in this championship, I certainly have him earmarked as somebody for the future, especially in a leadership capacity, if his form is, you know, able to continue, if he continues on the path that he's on at the moment.
Ali 9 gets a short delivery and looking to have a heave. He's not watching the ball. It's a new day. He's got to treat every ball as he sees it. Lot of chatter taking place on the back, and I'm sure that's getting into his head. He has to shut out the noise. Keep looking at the ball. Tyson looking to produce that magic delivery. Smacks that. Almost took Tyson's head off. Down to the boundary for 4. Hit ferociously.
But he really packs a punch. Kadeem Ali, this one just stood up in the surface, and he decided it was his time to shine, Kadeem Ali. Swung from the hips on that occasion. What it means now is a conversation happening just at the bottom of your screen there between Tyson and Ryan John.
Got to pitch the ball up. Just feels that he can bounce out Kadeem Ali. Maybe he can, but he's got to be on the money. 9 runs out the over so far, including 2 boundaries. Gone over third man. He's gone at it hard and it's gone for 4.
Well, he's made up his mind that he's going to take on Tyson, especially if it's going to be short. Once again, digging it into the surface. Not in control of that one, but the result similar to what he had the previous delivery. He's living a dangerous life with a charmed one, Kadeem Ali. 64 for 2. 15 overs have been bowled.
I think in the context of how he plays, If he can just get that right foot to just get back, then the length will be completely different. Because he's tall, he's just standing and just looking to go from there. But that trigger movement of getting that right foot back and across will certainly be a feature for him. Look at him rehearsing in his maybe just the hands that he uses. Got good bat speed. And he's a tall guy as well too. Teddy Bishop, very circumspect so far. 21 from 34. He's looked good despite that drop chance. Wide ball. Lucky to get away with that, Shamar Springer. Windwards. Academy required 216. Windwards require 8 wickets to put them in a very comfortable position going into round 7. Who wants this game? That's the big question that is being asked. The Windward Islands know how important this victory would mean to them, and the Academy have been playing some very consistent cricket that want to upstage the Windward Island Volcanoes. They want to send a message to say, we belong here. Teammates Gina on the Rastaman, Shamar Springer. He's certainly bent his back for this franchise. Last year and this year. Sort of reminds me of a Raymond Reefer with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. What they have to do is shut out the noise, keep batting. When you bat for long periods in the Caribbean, people forget about you. Trinidad and Tobago leading with 393 runs with 8 wickets remaining. They're 40 for 2 in their second innings against the combined campuses and colleges. Trinidad and Tobago 591 for 7. Combined campuses and colleges 238 all out in their first innings. And at the Queen's Park Oval in Barbados, the Leeward Islands dismissed for 288 in 93.2 overs, so they're behind the 8 ball. Joel Andrew, bowled by Warrican for 53. Archibald left not out in 20. Casey Carty 127 and Mikael Louis scored 52. So we have a game on there. Leewards might be fighting to save that game on the final day. A lead of some 254 runs there for Barbados. So depends on the outcome of the day's play. They could be chasing over 300 tomorrow on a final day Queen's Park pitch. Over in Jamaica, the defending champions are large and in control. They lead by 401 runs, 130 for 4. After the Jamaica Scorpions were dismissed for 153. Guyana Harpy Eagles registering 424 runs. Something that Joel was talking about, the consistency of their batting. So it's all to play for. 66 for 2 here, Joel. Tyson continues. Good afternoon to the folks in Bermuda. Come over to Dominico, Anguilla, French and Dutch St. Martin, Stacia.
Well, this time he might fall to the short one. Tyson gets his success. He kisses to the skies. It's goodbye to Kadeem Aline.
Irresponsible shot. Just standing on his crease. Extra pace. No back and across movement. Rushed onto him. He hit the splice. And the wicketkeeper took a comfortable catch. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they get the last laugh. Aline goes back for 18 of 15 deliveries. A dejected Aline walks back. The plan has worked.
The plan has worked. Indeed, they persisted going short at him. He took a couple boundaries out of them, 3 in fact. But they would take that, knowing that there's still a long way to go for the West Indies Academy. Certainly willing to sacrifice those 18 runs to take that wicket. Now 7 needed for the Volcanoes. Still a long mountain to climb for the West Indies Academy.
Again, I question the tactics coming out of the West Indies Academy. This morning they came out very flat. The approach here to batting, Aline didn't open the innings. Instead, Dawn was sent. Thought you upstaged the upper cart of the batting lineup. Came out at 4, didn't open. They required 214 more runs. You have an injured captain in Naeem Young, who wasn't able to bowl in the second innings. But it was the man, Joshua Bishop, who put his hand up in this game. 47.3 overs, 13 maidens, 102 runs, 8 wickets. Picked up 4 in each innings, Joshua Bishop. First innings, 9.3, 2 overs, 24 runs, 4 wickets. Second innings, 38 overs, 11 maidens, 78 runs, 4 wickets. But his job is not done yet. You have to come out at some point in time during this game and bat. Jordan Johnson comes to the crease. Left-hander. And I like this move. Athenes is putting some pressure on a Jordan Johnson. One slip of gully. Under the helmet is Athenes. Squared him up. That sort of stopped on him, and if Athenes was closer, that would have been a comfortable catch.
Yeah, didn't look comfortable at all with that one. Jordan Johnson, in fact, got into a horrible position to play that particular delivery.
And that's simply, again, Joel, because of the movement. The left foot not getting across. Got to get back on across and get in line, especially with the short delivery. Think Athenes can get closer at short leg. Where he is, the ball is not going to carry to him. That could have been a first ball duck. Oh. Again, Johnson just walking across the crease. Got to get back and across. Got to understand battings. Bright prospect ahead.
It was almost as if he was shaping up for another body line delivery on that occasion, especially in terms of the position that he got himself into. And then he just used those hands to kind of chase as the ball passed outside of his off stump.
He's looking maybe to play an uppercut. Good analysis there, Joel. Short delivery. Drop by Athenes. Again, Jordan Johnson not comfortable there at all. Did he get a hand to it, Joel?
No, that one certainly passed long before Athenes could get his hand up, especially given that it came out the middle of the bat of Jordan Johnson. But yeah, as you mentioned, just not looking comfortable to those body line deliveries, and I think The Winners have certainly done their homework in assessing that. Because you just saw the instant move and the instant change in plan for them.
And if they didn't do their homework, they would have seen it during the ICC Under-19 World Cup.
Also a slight difference in terms of the line of his short deliveries in comparison to Kareem Aline. So for Kareem
Played.
Aline,
Sorry.
so for Kareem Aline, they were just asking him to pull from what was a very wide outside the off stump area, knowing that he would still look to get it towards the leg side, and then we saw how he perished. In terms of the line of deliveries now to Jordan Johnson, body line for him.
And to me, not really looking at the ball long enough. Once the ball is banged in short, he tends to turn, so he turns his head around. To mean that he's out of alignment. Athens is going back far. He's got to get up closer because the ball is dying, really.
Over. Yeah, over.
The end of a successful over. It's 68-3.
First wicket for Dylan Tyson today. 6 in the game, 1 for 35 from his 6. And it's been the veteran, the pro, the vice captain, Ryan John, who's picked up 2 wickets.
What do you hear? What do you hear? I can't hear nothing. I only hear the interaction between you and
Who's coming now? Still Springer? All right. Maybe just having a word there. Springer, maybe his role now is to build pressure. A lot of responsibility on Teddy Bishop's his shoulder. Every now and again, one will tend to keep low, kept out by Teddy Bishop. You need a partnership, West Indies Academy. 68-3. Wide delivery. I think this is the second time that we've seen him try that. Lucky to get away with it as well too. We know for sure if we were playing an ODI or T20, umpire Nigel Duguid's hands would be outstretched, signaling wide. Squeezed away into the offside. Return not good at all there from Larry Edwards. Johnson playing more or less in a half-cocked position. Not really getting out with a big stride to spank the ball through cover. Two songs.
We'll just answer the question with regards to when Ryan John might be able to bowl.
Did he come off?
It appears he was off the field just for a little while. And umpire Leslie Brewer was telling him that, well, he can bowl all now, was the exact words used by him. You just wonder if Ryan John might be used from that CIU road end. Might also just go with a bit of short stuff to Jordan Johnson as well. Now that question just reinforces what I was saying a little earlier in terms of how much Alec Athanaze certainly relies on his seamers.
Here comes Tyson. Think this might give Jordan Johnson an opportunity standing at the non-striker's end to just get his thoughts going. Bang on the money again.
This is what you want from your seamer. He's been very consistent, Tyson, since coming on. At no stage now the Volcanoes truly let the pressure off of the West Indies Academy. Yes, they started positively. Yes, they were playing some nice flowing strokes. But at the same time, they've been able to slow down that scoring rate and just keep things consistent just in terms of the areas that they're hitting. You would say that they're bowling to a plan at the moment.
Very consistent plan as well. Not looking at the ball at all. Hold him! Still leg side of the ball, no movement at all of the feet. He just walked across the crease. And Jordan Johnson goes back into the hut.
You know, that short bowling, and this is where you say bowling to a plan. So he's been short, 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 Tyson. And this time just going a bit fuller. And Jordan Johnson in absolutely no position to play. That one was still on his back foot. Needed to use his hands to make the adjustment. And able to cover that delivery. And that is what you like to see as a fast bowler. Clipping the top of off stump. That's 4 down now. That's more trouble for the West Indies Academy.
20 years ago, Joel, Brian Charles Lara scored 400 runs at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Seems like a long, long, long time ago. Jordan Johnson goes back for 1. The Academy are in serious trouble. 70 for 4.
Scotty, where you on me, bro? Bat, run. Tyson, run, please.
Carlin Boyne-Tuckett is a new batter for the West Indies Academy. Top scorer from their first innings and the anchor of that 158 all out. He got 36 not out in that innings, Boyne-Tuckett. He comes back to the crease in what you can consider to be a position of problems for the West Indies Academy. First signs of spin for the Volcanoes in this innings. It's going to be Daryl Cyrus. The leg breaks, the leg spin of Cyrus. Just bowled the 1 over in the first innings. Probably will have a chance to have a longer spell in this one.
Well, Scotty. No. Start, yes, Scotty. Go start,
Starts a little
Scotty. Go
flatter.
start, Scotty. Start, Scott.
About 7 minutes or so till we get to the tea break here on day number 3.
Hurry up, Pimpin.
So I said he might be into a longer spell, but this might be similar to what happened in the first innings where he might just get that 1 over.
Go ahead, Scott. Keep going, Scotty. He doesn't like you, Cyrus. He doesn't like you. Yeah, you have to walk in. Hey, not so far, man. Let you walk. Keep going, Scotty. Keep going, Scotty. You walk in, you have to. Oh, yeah, Scott. Boy, Scotty. Go, Cyrus. Keep going, Cyrus. The full start, yeah, Scott. Keep working, Scotty. Go, Scott. Keep going, Scott. Down. Okay, keep working, gentlemen. Keep going, gentlemen.
Could have done a lot better with that full toss there. Needed to put that one away. Teddy Bishop.
Go ahead, Cyrus. Keep working, Scott. Down.
Again, he's also looking to go leg side of the ball to punch the ball to the offside. Needs to get deep into his crease and look to hit the ball up in front of him.
Go, Pimpin.
Don't want to be going square on this track, especially with Cyrus bowling. It's a lot better. Maiden over to start with here from Cyrus. 20 bowl. Academy in trouble. They're 70 for 4.
Looking at the time here for 3:06 and knowing that tea is at 3:10. You just wonder if after the tea break they might go back to Daryl Cyrus or whether or not they might go back to Dusty Seamers. And then what it might mean is that Cyrus might only bowl 2 overs in this entire game. I mean, granted, they were able to pull out the Western Academy in that first innings.
For under 40 overs.
Right arm over.
Yeah, who knows? It could have been a lot quicker as Cyrus entered the attack. He's really been bowling well, Daryl Cyrus.
39.4 overs they were bowled out for the academy. And they ruined that opportunity. Tuckett. Colin Boyne Tuckett has just come in. Gets his first delivery. Three minutes to tea. Back and across Tuckett. With a nice straight bat. The mid-on fielder very, 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 very close on the square. Looks like Jeremiah. Gillen Tyson working up some pace here. 2 for 36. He's got 7 in the game so far. We're looking for 3. Short delivery down the onside. And Tuckett just gets inside it, looks at it. John and Ambrose trying to get into the head of Colin Boyne Tuckett. If I know him very well, he's going to shut them out. Looking for a pull there, but the ball didn't get up. Maybe advised to maybe just let that go.
Yeah, looking at how things have gone in this match, quite a few batters have actually perished till they pull shot in this particular innings, or rather in this particular game.
Tuckett just flexing his right hand there, making sure that the blood is pumping. He's got to keep batting. He's got 2 deliveries in this over to see out Tyson until tea and come back. On top of it, playing it nice and straight up to cover. It's a much assured shot there from him. Maybe just forget about the pull shot. No need for that today. When you go on past 100, you'll be thinking about that. Anything above your stumps, really, there's no need for you to be playing at. North is Tuckett. Teddy Bishop is on 26 from 55, and the West Indies Academy require 210 runs, which is academic at this point. 70 for 4. Driven. Pitch up delivery. Maiden over by Gillen Tyson. 2 for 36 he ends with. It's tea here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. The West Indies Academy, they're 70 for 4. They've lost O'Geese for 24, Dawn for North, Aline for 18, and Jordan Johnson cleaned up for 1. 70 for 4. Tuckett not out North. Teddy Bishop on 26 not out. They require 210 runs. And they'll go back to the hut and refocus and come back out in 20 minutes' time. It's tea here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And as we speak, play resumes at T. Academy 70 for 4. A whole lot to play for.
I think it's trouble, really, if you ask me, Vern. Good afternoon to everyone once again.
You said that very lightly, Mali. It is more than trouble. The situation here where Teddy Bishop will have to bat out of his skin, so too will be Callum Boyne Tuckett. They're two of the most informed batsmen to come next. Joshua Bishop, 9 young. Pretty young batting lineup in the context.
You're right. Teddy Bishop scored his maiden first-class 100 in the previous round of matches. And also, Callum Boyne Tuckett's been in good form, good consistent form so far in this 4-day championship.
Scored a 76 not out, right?
Yes, and he's also got chipped in with a couple of 40s, 2 half centuries for this season, actually.
The thing about this is that when you get your first half century, Mali, his next mission now will be to get 100. You just want to be able to get that monkey off of your back. And I think if he can execute that, it will certainly be a good thing for him. We look over into the east and we see that the clouds are building.
Once again.
So it might be a sort of touch and go situation. The ICC Trophy Tour. Glad to see that the folks in Barbuda will be getting an opportunity to be part of this momentous occasion.
As we were saying, Callum Boyne Tuckett scores for this season. Started with a duck versus the Leeward Islands. Followed that up versus the Red Force with 1 and 46 not out. Then against the Harpy Eagles, scored a duck and 43. Then against Jamaica in his 4th match, he would have scored 24 and 53. Yeah, seems to really come to the fore in the second innings. Let's hope that's the case for them, yeah.
He got a not out in the first innings where he top scored here. He's a not here, so he's got a chance to be able to work on that start. But it's a new day. Cyrus starts. He starts well. Second delivery. I'd like to see Teddy Bishop just be patient. Just look to try to rotate the strike. Keep looking up the V. I think now and again he tends to want to go square. Lovely shot. Thinking about a single, he's got to get back into his crease. What I like about this is early calling from Tuckett and Bishop.
So as we said, consistent scores from Tuckett. 76 not out in the previous match, a match in which the Academy would have won versus the CCC. So he's consistently getting starts. He's going to need a start and a bit more here for the West Indies Academy.
Good field place in here by Alex Athenes. Knows that Bishop is a boundary hitter. So he's put that Jeremiah field at cover halfway in the position, getting him to walk in.
It's a key wicket, this, Teddy Bishop.
Maiden over.
Good start from the Volcanoes.
First after tea.
Yeah, big wicket in the context of the match. Teddy Bishop, he was put down a bit earlier off Gillan Tyson. Big chance. If the Volcanoes can remove him here, it will go a long way in terms of them picking up this win, a much needed win for them.
Alex Athenes is coming off. He's come off the field. Maybe to just maybe put on the pads if he's going to be in that short leg position. Don't think he's seen him in the... Maybe that's why he's maybe not gone too close.
You just mentioned the overhead conditions. It's just gone a bit overcast once again. We see Ryan John brought back into the attack. 2 for 14 from his 6. And we noted when the Windwards came out to bowl just how important it was for Ryan John to pick up wickets with the new ball, considering he had shown the ability to swing that new ball consistently. Did so. 2 big wickets for him, and here he is again with overhead conditions favouring his type of bowling. Just a hint of shape there, but quite a stiff delivery from Ryan John. Bit of a loosener.
$70 for 4. Wide delivery. Going further and further away. Groundsmen, ground officials, just putting themselves in position. Kadeem Phillip has done an excellent job with the entire crew here. Kudos to them. ICC Men's T20 World Cup coming up. Had a chance to go down to the Antigua Recreation Ground and see some work taking place. Played by Tuckett. He's just turned it into the square leg area. Larry Edwards darting in.
Guess we got to thank God for the World Cup coming here, for actually a bit of work taking place at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Not sure how much work would have been done had the World Cup not been on the cards.
It's kind of strange, Mali, because when
It's
you look at
it's ridiculous, really.
when you look at the historic background of the Antigua Recreation Ground, to just eliminate that ground,
It's just a joke.
it's just amazing, really.
Maybe the less said, the better.
That's history. Ryan John,
It's important he's hitting his straps, gets it right early. Conditions favouring his type of swing bowling. Got to get into his work early.
strange enough that you said, Mali, we've not seen a lot of balls swing around here consistently. Wonder if it's the Kookaburra, the batch that they picked. Steered into the offside.
And I think that's the area in which we've seen that improvement from Teddy Bishop on deliveries such as those.
Playing the ball later.
Just a bit later, holding his shape a bit longer as well, staying a bit more side on, not squaring up quite as much.
72 for 4. Tuckett is 1. Bishop 27. Just glided the ball into the offside. Colin Boyne Tuckett for his second run.
He'll be a bit encouraged by that though, Ryan John. He'll say his half at the bat, taking the outer half, the outer edge, going down for 1.
All along the grounds.
Yeah. But really, as a bowler, you're always looking for something to keep you encouraged, right? And if it's not hitting smack down in the middle, you take some encouragement out of that.
I like that, Mali.
Yeah,
You yourself dabbled at some medium pacers.
for sure.
Here is Bishop driving. Just sweet sound coming off of the bat. Over number 23 completed. And in the process, the West Indies Academy, they're 73 for 4.
Best of 3 for 62 versus Sri Lanka, Vern.
Mm-hmm.
Big wickets.
Don't remind me. Darius Martin coming off. And the captain, Alex Atherton, is back on.
Middle, please. Okay, middle, please. Thank you.
Have some spectators around Mali, so the increase of the spectators has gone up to maybe about 8, I guess, by my count. Had a chance to go over and speak to Pitcher Williams and Lola Kirby and some friends, and I saw Miss Rennie Edwards Ambrose over on the other side, and you know, normal Hugo and company, he might have brought his crew today. Is he there?
sounds a bit more than 8 to me.
Okay, I'm just checking. And then, you know, earlier o'clock, we have a gentleman over there. He's enjoying the mound in the red shirt.
Quite a few watchers earlier on. Actually, session 1, I was quite surprised when I came to the ground. There were a few people in the stands already,
Yeah.
keenly waiting on the action.
Punch down the ground to the offside by Colin Boyne Tuckett.
But just to go back to Ryan John and him swinging the ball, that delivery to Akim Ogist in particular, that was a real peach. Delivered from Windward, you remember? Over the wicket.
Yes.
Big in swinger, swung back in late.
Driven to cover for 4. Lovely shot. He's got his extension, got his arms out there, stayed over the ball. Let's look at it.
In his normal languid style, quite aesthetically pleasing indeed. Those fast hands on show from Teddy Bishop. Balanced, he's looked very assured at the crease. Giving up the one chance, but that's the game of cricket. At the end of the day, he's still there, 31 of 64.
Sometimes you need a bit of luck.
And he's the key in this situation.
Goes to 31, going in confidence.
As we said, maiden 100 in his previous match.
And drive. Shamar Springer off and running, can't stop the single. Almost had a collision with Colin Boyne Tuckett and Cyrus. I think Boyne Tuckett would have lost that bout if they had connected. But he got around very quickly. Made sure there was no collision.
It's the mental lapses that have really come back to haunt him so far. Just a few too many.
Number 10 to number 10. Colin Boyne Tuckett just pushes it into the offside. They've lost wickets at 1 for 7, 2 for 38, 3 for 66, 4 for 70, and now 80 for 4. And the Men's T20 World Cup, the biggest event, the 9th edition, 2024, coming to the West Indies and the Caribbean. And you would know that the trophy tour started in Barbados with the world boss, Triple Tree, getting himself organized. 80 for 4. Oh, he's finally arrived. Give Mali a 5 minutes break and get the man who's, I hope he can bring the trophy to us, Mali. I see them organizing all sorts of stuff, but they haven't brought the trophy to the media center. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I am good. It's a beautiful day for cricket. It's a beautiful day for the world of cricket also.
It is?
Yes.
Wow. Maybe you might have brought some luck for the West Indies Academy because they need that luck right now. They need 200 more runs to win. And the Windward Island Volcanoes would need 6 wickets. How are things going?
Good, good. Today's an exciting day for us. Another milestone today. Getting ready for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. 50 days to go.
50 days.
Yes, 50 days to go today.
Where's the clock? You need a clock.
That's the calendar that you look at every day that reminds you.
That's the calendar you look at.
Reminds you all your logistics need to be in place.
On drive here by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Springer is after it. So too is Tyson. And they come back quite easily for 2 runs. So, Lita, let's talk about this journey. It's the biggest World Cup event. 9th edition, 20 teams, 55 matches in the West Indies and the United States of America. How has the journey gone so far?
It's been an amazing journey. It's out of this world, actually. I think from a marketing perspective, just being able to expose the West Indies to the world and ensuring that the package that we're putting together is globally accepted, globally West Indian. It's one of those things that you can be proud of to be a West Indian.
John into Tuckett. Tuckett gets a climber. Good delivery. That sort of hit something and took off, bounced in the process. Now, the World Cup coming to the West Indies and the United States of America is expected to have that Caribbean flavor. And you know, when you hear about T20 cricket, we're at the home of T20 cricket where it all started. The Stanford T20 ground. The only thing is that we won't be having any games here, and the matches will be at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Venues. Talk to the folks about the venues in the Caribbean first and then the US. Just hold for a while. John to Tuckett. Good leave. Talk to us about the venues.
Venues are getting pretty much ready to go. We turn over venues in just about a month time. We just completed our last venue visits across the region. And from the team, they're saying that, listen, the venues are just about ready to go, just some finishing touches. Proud to say that Antigua is one that's really ahead of the game in terms of retrofitting the work that they need to do with dressing rooms and a couple of other facilities that they need to bring up to speed. But we're right on par.
Talking about the Antigua Recreation Ground, see some movement taking place for practice. We'll be using one of the venues for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. There's also going to be a retrofit of a new media center at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yes, you know, from the World Cup being hosted in the region, there are a couple of, I think this is going to be one of those deliveries.
That's okay. You can talk still. On drive, down the ground for 4. Lovely shot by Colin Bowen Tuckett. And he poses for the camera. The only thing, we don't have a Colin Bones Cumberbatch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, but that's a lovely shot by Colin Bowen Tuckett. His mum would enjoy that one. So too would be his grandmother in Barbados. So we're talking about venues and we're talking about readiness. The United States of America, what's the build-up like? What's the feel like?
It's been amazing being able to co-host with the USA. Obviously, you know what sports mean to that country. It's really something big. It's great for cricket, and we're going to have the unveiling of the stadium happening very soon. We started the trophy tour with our very own Chris Gale. He has the most runs in T20, and you know that is something amazing. Being able to bring the trophy tour to life in the USA and being able to co-host cricket World Cup with the USA is something that the West Indies should be proud of as well.
25 overs bowl, 86 for 4. In terms of the U.S. market, Shalita, because we're going to the U.S. now where cricket is beginning to build up. It's not the NBA, it's not NFL, but you've been there. What are the fans saying? What are people saying?
You know, it's a very interesting process where we're in the West Indies, where the game is treasured. It's a part of our culture. We've been very successful, and it means a lot to us. Whereas now we're in the U.S. and it's more of an education in terms of the game and being exposed to new fans. But with a huge Indian diaspora and a huge West Indian diaspora, we expect persons to turn out to the matches. Some of the matches are looking very good. I mean, close to being sold out. It's just really just giving people exactly what they want, depending on the target market that you're talking to. And so if it happens to be...
Here is a delivery squeezed away down to the third man boundary. Wide delivery by Cyrus, and Bishop just opening the face of the bat and slicing it down to third man. You were talking about tickets. I want a ticket for one game. India, Pakistan, June 9th. You think I can get a ticket?
Your guess is better than mine, I'll tell you that much. But that just happens to be one of the glorious things about the Cricket World Cup. And of course, the rivalry between India and Pakistan is very high on the agenda to experience this year.
On the onside, Benjamin not getting across. Ryan John, he'll have some running to do, but they'll get 2. Folks, if you're wondering what's happening, we have Shalito Rose, the guy responsible for the marketing for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. It's the biggest World Cup event. It's the 9th edition. We're talking about 20 teams, 6 Caribbean countries on show, 3 in the United States of America, including 8 games in New York. The big game, June 9th, India versus Pakistan. I love that game. I have to get a ticket. I gotta try and see if I can talk to Shalita. See if he can get me a fly on the wall to get a ticket for that game. Punch down the ground for a single.
You know, we're really excited about this tournament. I think 20 teams, 55 matches. It just tells you how huge this tournament is, and being able to host it in the West Indies. Barbados hosting the finals. That's massive as well, and we're kicking off the trophy tour in Barbados today.
All right, we'll come back to that. Here is Tuckett back and can't go past Larry Edwards at backward point. Ghana will be hosting the semi-finals, so too will be Trinidad and Tobago. Matches will be held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia. Come back.
Oh, yes.
Forward on the money. 8 matches in Antigua and Barbuda. 4 in the group stage matches and 4 in the Super 4. Getting wrong into the hot beef of things. The Barney Army will be also here in Antigua and Barbuda. This is home for them. So too with Barbados. He's out like before. Wow. So Cyrus strikes. Colin Boyne Tuckett misread the googly. He missed it. And Nigel Duguid had no choice but to put his finger up. Let's look at it on the replay. Number 10 to number 10. Who won? Colin Boyne Tuckett caught. Little high to me, but given out like before. The naked eye of Nigel Duguid sends Tuckett on his way, and the Academy in more trouble, 93 for 5, talking to Shalita Rose. All right, so Shalita, the trophy tour leaves from Barbados. Next up,
We're heading straight to Antigua. We're
following the trophy.
Yes, we're following the trophy. I think Antigua really has some grand plans as well. I understand that the legendary Chicky is a part of that. We're also going to be celebrating the night, and there's a stop of the trophy over to Barbuda, to the Holy Trinity School, of course, the Pink Sand Beach. So just ensuring that our culture, our people, we expose and we get a chance to interact with members from the team and just, of course, take a picture with the trophy. So that's all happening next week in Antigua and Barbuda. ARG is the place to be next week, Thursday at 4 p.m. Chicky and the guys will be there. I understand the Burning Flames will be making an appearance. And, of course, the cricketing legends, our sirs, are going to be out in their numbers, and the CWI team as well.
The unfortunate thing is that we have to work.
Well, the trophy is making its way to the media house, so you'll be able to interact with the trophy as well too. So
Remember we have a 4-day game here,
Yes.
Barbados versus the Academy. So you guys are working us. So
Yes.
somebody please bring the trophy to the media center area, because
Yes.
Mally Richards and Joel Manning will have to be manning the area there. So you heard that there. The McChesney Secondary School in Barbuda, and the primary school will be able to get an opportunity. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity that the trophy is going to Barbuda. I think that's a big occasion.
It is, and I mean, hosting the World Cup brings a couple of opportunities. I mean, you don't have to benefit from hosting world events by just being on the field. There's a career outside of being on the field, and just having that interaction with the youngsters will allow them to, have their aspirations to be a part of the sporting fraternity and the sporting career.
All right. Back of the cross is the new batsman. That's Teddy Bishop. As Ryan John starts his new over. Just before you go, Shalita, just give us a recap in terms of what's happening. I can't let you go without asking you about the ticket sales. People are waiting to know when the box office is going to open. I can't stop answering calls. Everybody wants a ticket. When is the box office going to open in Antigua and Barbuda?
So we're moving towards opening the box office very soon. I cite that we're less than a month away from the box offices to be open. What we're going to do is that today we tease our tournament song, which is a combination between Kes and Sean Paul, Grammy Award winning Sean Paul. And so on the release date of the tournament song, we're going to open the box office, and it's just going to be as dynamite as this boundary that I'm seeing here.
Man, you sound like you know some cricket, man. Lovely language cover drive there from Teddy Bishop. And you heard it from Shalita Rose. He says, so folks, you didn't hear it from Vernon A. Springer. You heard it from Shalita Rose. The box offices will soon be open, because everybody's clamoring down on me.
Yeah.
Mr. Springer, I want tickets. I want to physically go to the box office and buy myself a ticket.
Yeah, actually, we're going to launch party stand tickets on Monday, so you'll be able to go on the website, and that's tickets.t20worldcup.com, and you'll be able to purchase your party stand tickets from this Monday. But physical tickets will be in every host country, available for all games, starting in less than a month from now when we launch that tournament song. It's going to be a vibe at all of the ticket outlets.
Yeah, single turned into the outside. And why should folks participate in this World Cup?
I mean, it's an experience for us to get out there and just show that, the West Indies is the only place for you to host T20 cricket. And like you said, it really started here in the region where T20 cricket started right here. at this particular venue. So we're excited about it. I mean, it's going to be an out of this world experience. Everything that we're doing across this tournament, from your entry point coming into our shows across the Caribbean, we are going to give persons an out of this world experience. Our party stands are going to come alive. The cricket on the field will be amazing. The entertainment will be something that you have to be a part of. And just the entire package of cricket in the West Indies, it's unmatched.
Just after this livery, Shalita, before I let you run off, turned away nicely by Joshua James for his first run. What sort of legacy would you like to see being left at the end of this World Cup in the West Indies and the United States of America?
Couple of things have to come out of this, and that would make me very happy. One, to see Sammy win as a coach. That would be amazing. But in terms of legacy, just being able to have the facilities around to host world-class cricket across all of the venue, and also just the resources to uptrain our people to ensure that we're there to support these types of activations, these types of games. I think that is something that I'm looking forward to, because our people are talented. And once we expose them to the right platform, we really mature into what we really can be. And that is that we can put on first world type events. And that's what this World Cup is about to show for the people of the region.
Shalita Rose, I want to thank you on behalf of the media all over the world and the 360 team here who are pulling off this Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. You know, the Wiz, I call him, you know, that's the boss down there looking after us. Mally Richards, Joel Manning. Want to wish the entire team, and we want everybody to be proud that we're hosting the biggest event, the biggest T20 World Cup event. You're talking about 20 teams, 55 matches, 9 venues, 3 in the United States of America, 6 in the Caribbean, 55 matches. And we want on June 29th is West Indies versus somebody. That's what we're looking to gun for. Final words from you, Shalita, 99 for 5.
Just want to say, people, stay tuned to all of our social medias. That's Cricket West Indies via Facebook and Instagram, just to stay connected with us. And again, look out for party stand tickets going on sale this Monday. And of course, the box offices will be open soon, but you can purchase your tickets online at tickets@t20worldcup.com. Go out and support it, guys, because I tell you what, it's going to be an out of this world experience, June 1st to 29th.
God bless you, my brother. Have a good one. There we heard it there from Shalita Rose speaking to us right here on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Compliments of the 360 team. He's responsible for the public relations of the biggest World Cup event coming to the Caribbean, the 9th edition ICC Men's T20 World Cup. 55 matches, 20 teams. But we're back with the cricket action right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, with the West Indies Academy requiring 181 more runs to win. 99 for 5. People for a leg before, think he would have been hit outside the line. Nine for 5. They're up against it. Another delivery. Here is James driving through cover. He'll get a couple of runs quite easily. Kevin Hodge with a powerful return. Going up wide mid-off. And John standing at first slip. Slashed again out to the sweeper on the offside. So over comes to an end. 100 comes up for the West Indies Academy. 102 for 5 at the completion of over number 28. And Gillian Tyson 2 for 36, Ryan John 2 for 29. Daryl Cyrus 1 for 15 from his 5. Bishop not out 42, so he continuing his good form as he continues here. Springer replacing Ryan John. Here comes Springer to James. Down the onside. Good take by Benjamin. Diving away like a hockey goalkeeper. Another dot ball. Don't want my colleague Mali to feel that I got him out of the hot seat, but thanks very much, Mali. Actually to Rose, head of the public relations. 102 for 5.
This one's gone high. He's peeled off the outside edge. He'll take some catching. Oh, he's taking it on the second grab. What a catch that was, Vernon Springer.
Jeremiah.
Johan Jeremiah. What a catch. Kept his eye on it all the way. Bobbled out, but kept his eye on it. Kept in control. Managed to take that one, and the 6th wicket is down. And I think it's fair to be said, Vernon, the West Indies Academy staring down the barrel.
Can't understand that shot. The tactics just have to be wrong. And no coach can read the scoreboard for you. You have to be mindful to understand what's happening around you.
Yeah, it's the mental side of the game today that's really let the West Indies Academy down. That's not something we've seen too much of. They've always been pretty much ahead of the game, quite astute tactically, but today the wheels have fallen off since over 1, actually ball 1.
When Ned went for 14.
Yeah, when Ned was actually asked to bowl in quite overcast conditions as well.
There was no plan this morning, Mali, and they never caught themselves.
They haven't.
In fact, Lane's 2 overs cost 23 runs along with Ned's 14, so that was 37 runs off the first 3 overs.
And then I think Lane even came back and bowled another spell.
Couldn't understand. Couldn't get the tactics worked out here. But this something is just not right in the dugout there. I
Not
mean,
just mentally flagging the West Indies Academy.
102 for 6.
As you said, we've done quite a few of their games, especially here at the CCG. The shot selection overall, you think back to the West Indies
to that Headley Weeks tri-series last year, and since then the shot selection overall has been really good. We've seen a few players though graduate to their territorial teams respectively.
So here we go. 102 for 6. They require 178, but I think that's academic right now. The idea here for Joshua Bishop will be to bat for the remainder of the day. In Antigua and Barbuda, it's 4:04, which means that he has to bat for at least an hour or more. Let's see if he'll fall to the trap again, like what happened in the first innings.
Bit of glove.
He's out caught. He's out caught behind.
Vernon, we might
Shamar Springer strikes. He's on a hat trick on the edge. Was that shot necessary? I don't know.
once again, just poor shot selection from the new batter on this occasion, Joshua Bishop. A nothing delivery down the leg side. Facing his first ball, his team in a bit of trouble, still require 178. He's someone who would have improved immensely with the bat over the last year or so, but in this game, hasn't been his game at all with the bat. He's picked up 8 wickets with the ball, but as he walks away dejectedly, it's going to be Shamar Springer on a hat trick here. 102 for 7. The new batter is Ashmead Ned.
And the new commentator is Joel Manning.
Oh, it's actually Skipper Naeem Young coming in at number 9. Yes. New commentator, as you just heard. Big Joe back.
Little Joe.
Yeah,
Slim Joe.
Little Joe. Slim Joe. Slim Joe. Slim Joe. Wow. It's all happening here. Some real lapses in judgment. Poor shot selection. And tactically, the West Indies Academy have been off all day. We've belabored the point, but it must be said. Here he is, Springer on a hat trick. Young survives. What have you made of all this, Joe? It's all been happening.
Well, interesting is a word that comes to mind. I don't think interesting truly describes what has unfolded, you would say, probably in the last 40 minutes or so. A situation that you didn't think would unfold, especially given the conditions out there, given the amount of time left in this match. But here we are. And definitely, if you're supporting the Windwards, you're looking at the possibility of the amount of points that they'll be collecting. 12 for the win, bowling points including in there as well. And then you're going to tell yourself, okay, how is that table shaping up? You're looking at the Leeward Islands match and saying, okay, hey.
They're struggling to save the match there in Trinidad.
We might be able to some ways go level, maybe with the Leewards, and all of a sudden it's a do or die encounter in round number 7. Given that Windwards will be playing versus Leewards.
All to play for.
So what it does is it makes things exciting in this year's first class championship. There's that one squeezed away. Work to be done for Larry Edward. He's chasing it down. Oh, valiant dive, but he can't get there in the end.
And young Teddy Bishop, he just continues on his merry way. Good hands once again, just steering that into the gap. Fantastic timing. Was it just into the 40s now, Teddy Bish? Looking to back up that maiden first class 100 in the previous game. Here with another substantial innings. It's going to take 100 or more if they're going to get anywhere near to this total.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I was mentioning it when they were just 1 wicket down. The fact that when you're looking at targets, 250 towards that 300 type of range, what it takes is 100. That 100, that's maybe 100, 120 or so. And then one other person with that 60, 70 odd.
And the rest just bat around, right?
Yeah, you look at those simple little targets, and you have somebody like Teddy Bishop at the moment who is playing that anchor role, and he looks to be that man that could potentially be that 100, 120 or so. And then you just always knew, let's say maybe a Carl and Tuckett or somebody else needed to come and assist with that 60, 70 yard, maybe a Kadeem Aline, you know. And had it been Kadeem Aline, you knew that the game would have been accelerated as well. It's just a case of having to choose the right deliveries. And I'm going to make that comparison between the innings of Aline and the innings of Shamar Springer in terms of how they went about it. So yes, Springer played some attacking strokes here and there, but he was extremely selective in his deliveries. Kadeem Aline, on the other hand, just seemingly was looking to go at everything at one stage and then perished because of it. Certainly runs to be had out there, but had to calculate the type of innings that was required. And I don't think Kadeem Aline did just that.
Especially with his hitting ability. You know, his ability to hit not only bad balls, but good balls to the boundary as well. He's just got to give himself more of a chance early in his innings. Earn that right to score big, because we know how explosive he is. But that's more suited to the limited overs game. T20 here in the longer format. It's just expected, just more is expected of you, especially batting in those top order positions.
Yeah, it's certainly not enough just to swing 18 and say, well, hey, I hit a couple, you know. It's a case of having that mental maturity and knowing, okay, this is the situation required of me. Yes, I know that I have all the shots in the book. Yes, I know that I could clear the ropes extremely easy. But at the same time, what does my team need of me? And balance that based on the situation. So yes, you will get deliveries that you will go after, the ones that are certainly in your half. But you're calculating and say, okay, this is the one that I can go after. This is the one I need to duck under. This is the one I can work for one.
100%. I think Kavem Hodge played that kind of role in the second innings. Oh, that's gone through Tyson. Could have done better there. It was just a little slow to get down to his left. But Naeem Young gets away with quite a sweet drive for 4. Should have been stopped. Just dove over that one. The big guy.
Got a bit of a tumble.
Yeah.
It looks as if he was in the dryer there on that particular occasion.
But as you were just saying, Kavem Hodge took him a while to get off the mark in that second innings, but understood his role, especially playing that supporting role to the skipper, Alec Athens, who was going great guns at the time. Ended up facing 151 deliveries for his 41. But it was that partnership of 82 between Athens. I think it's been the most substantial. It's been the biggest partnership of the match so far.
Yeah, this just goes back to what I was mentioning, you know, that when we were talking about the prize money and looking to separate, just let's say that maybe additional $50,000 or so, you know, and say, okay, but have you ticked off certain boxes? Because you're looking at scenarios like these where you're asking batters, you know, in moments where situations are slightly tougher. Can you show what's required to dig your team out of it? Guyana showed that in their first innings versus Jamaica, whereby they were, I believe, 5 or 6 down, and then you saw the innings of Imlak and Savory coming to save them, you know, and that is what you want to see when you're playing at the first class level. And I think that is what needs to be rewarded. More teams finding it and fighting to get themselves to powerful positions. Guyana, funny enough, had a similar position here in round number 4 and round number 5 as well, when they played versus Barbados and played versus the Windward as well, and needed batters to stand up for them, and they did just that. I think those are the things that certainly need to be rewarded here at the first class level, because winning, yes, is important, but the process, what happens that creates the result, is by far more important for me.
Yeah, 100%, especially when you've seen that batting has been the Achilles heel of the West Indies. It's been a real issue around the region, especially in the longer format of the game over the last 30 years or so. It's finding batters that can consistently bat for long periods. I wonder if we'll see Tyson given another burst pretty soon here, especially with Young. He's had his side issues in the match. Remember, he didn't bowl as well, spent some time off the field, just to make things a bit uncomfortable for him. So far, he looks quite good, though. Quite assured. End of that Springer over. 31 overs gone. West Indies Academy in big, big trouble. 113 for 7. Oh, did that carry? In real time, I think it did. We'll see it again. Did it carry to Ryan John there at first slip? It's a bit upright. It's in the air, taking the edge, good healthy edge. Oh no, it just bounced in front of him. Just bounced in front. So it's a bit harsh to begin with.
Ever since the introduction of Darryl Cyrus, just seeing things look a little different, especially from a spin bowler's perspective. I mentioned the fact he's bowled well throughout this tournament. And at times I just figure that it could be slightly better use of Darryl Cyrus.
Underutilized, yeah, a little bit, yeah. As you said, picked up 5 for 67, I think it was, versus the Harpy Eagles in that first innings. Just bowled a 1 over in the first innings here.
Yeah, for me, it's just usually a case of the introduction after the seamers are tired. You know, that's just how it appears, and that could not be the case, but that's what the appearance is at the moment in terms of the use of Darryl Cyrus. Not just Darryl Cyrus, but the spinners on a whole. In this setup, this one is high. And it could possibly be goodbye. Yes, it is indeed. Naeem Young. Well, he perishes. And Cyrus picks up another.
Cyrus the Virus picking up his second here. Caused trouble since he's been brought into the attack. Shown good control as well. Picking up his second wicket. Going against the spin, Naeem Young. Not sure. Once again, it's fair to be said, poor shot selection from a West Indies Academy batter. The skipper as well. You'd expect a little more from him in this situation. Volcanoes just 2 away.
Picking your deliveries, picking your moments. It's a case of another batter falling to an ill-advised stroke.
Maybe what we're seeing as well is with the loss of Anderson and Kevin Wickham out and Kirk McKenzie actually out of this setup. Quite a bit of work still to be done by a few of these young batters. The West Indies Academy setup and around the region. Those pushing for selection as well. You do expect these young players to go through growing pains, enough of most of them in their debut seasons, especially in the first class game. It's been a stop-start type season as well. That can also have its challenges, pose its challenges, not just mentally but physically, but it's the same for everyone, right? And I think this West Indies Academy probably would be the best team would have the facilities, everything on hand to just keep themselves ticking over in these breaks, so that's not an excuse.
Certainly looking at it from the age perspective, but the experience perspective, yes, certainly younger, both age and experience, but any day, I think they still need to be held to a very high standard.
Very much so. And they've just found themselves wanting today, especially on the mental side of the game. Successful over comes to an end for Daryl Cyrus. 2 for 21 in his 7. 32 overs gone. West Indies Academy 115 for 8.
Quite often, a lot of the discussions with regards to when batters in the Caribbean reach their prime. I know, they call numbers like 27 and 28 and 29, and I think that is what the academy setup is supposed to combat, essentially, in terms of when our batters find themselves at their prime. And as such, you should be seeing signs of batters getting a lot better a lot earlier because of being in a setup, even if not necessarily scoring what you might say are the massive runs. You're still seeing it in terms of the temperament. You're still seeing it in terms of the application at the crease. All these different things.
Technical tweaks here and there. Yeah, that's for sure. That's the whole purpose of this academy, is to expedite the development of these young players. Oh, he's nicked off and he's taken. I was just going to say, you can see how angry he is with that dismissal. I was just going to say, Joe, Teddy Bishop, especially against the outswinger, you could see just how he's improved against it. Used to be a real problem, getting a bit square. Have a look at this one. This one, just defending a bit wide. Once again, shot selection. Didn't really do too much in the end. Just defending quite tamely at the delivery outside the off stump. Took a healthy edge, went low, sharp to the left of Sunil Ambris. Positioned in that slip position, in that slip area, and took a sharp catch. And I think West Indies Academy, they'll have a lot of talking to do after this game. Really need to refocus, especially coming off a win in the last match. Very disappointing performance so far from them.
Yeah, batting on a whole, you would say, across this match hasn't necessarily stood the test of time. And I think a lot of the batters will have to go back to the drawing board and see where they went wrong. And yeah, sure, people can say, well, hey, it was not necessarily a surface that I thought I could maybe trust certain things on. But when you look back at the dismissal, the surface has not proved to be a doing of a single batter.
And that's exactly where I was going to go, because there was some chatter around in terms, especially after the first inning scores, about the pitch and the pace and the bounce. But if we really analyze it, and as you said, look at a few of these dismissals, quite a lot of the dismissals actually, I think it's batters really letting themselves down, playing a few rash strokes, making the wrong decisions overall. This pitch has played well. I think it's been a very good cricketing pitch here. For me, it's been one of the best pitches we've seen at the CCG this season. So even with the way Alec Athens played, 100 was on the cards there. Teddy Bishop, the way he was playing these conditions, it seemed like it had flattened out when Teddy Bishop was on strike. Seemed to have an extra split second or so to play these deliveries. But once again, just hanging the bat outside that off stump. No real conviction. The Volcanoes just one away now. Shamar Springer, 3 for 27. So he's played his part. Scored 47 as well in the second innings. Good all-round contribution from him once again.
Ooh, that was sharp. That was a bit of morning coffee at 4:23 p.m.
Yeah, even you ducked up here in the media box. Joe?
I had to get into that one for sure.
Good bouncer, well played in the end from Ashmead Ned. It's a follow-up delivery from Shamar Springer. Where does he go? Does he go block hole? Just hang one outside the off stump, similar to that Teddy Bishop dismissal as well. Actually goes for the stumps, goes for the pads. Bit too leg side-ish. And as you said, Joe, it hasn't been the finest exhibition of batting, first-class batting that we've seen this year, the 4-day champ.
So when you look at the other scores, the other games, you say, okay, you're seeing numbers being put up. And just going back to what I would mention in terms of, okay, if you have a team winning games like these, let's say that this was the blueprint and a team won 4 games looking like this, and they ended up, or let's say 5, and they ended up winning the championship, you know, can you really look back at the season and say, hey, we've had a good first-class championship? When you look at, you know, performances like these, granted that has not been the story across the tournament, but hence why I think that, you know, a lot of emphasis has to be placed on the process and what's actually happening during the matches. And hence why, you know, I say, well, I don't like to comment on matches that I haven't watched because, you know, it's a case of, I don't know whether or not 5 drop chances might have gone down in a particular innings, you know, all these types of things. End of the over, it's 117 for 9.
Yeah, it's one thing to look at the scorebook or the scores and to actually see the games in context. It's very, very important. Someone could be very impressive, bowl 10 overs, none for 40, and you're like, well, he didn't get any wickets. But then if you actually watch the game, the amount of times he would have gone past the outside edge or catches that would have gone down. So you're very right about that. The great thing is all these games are being streamed, so we can always go back to them. The players can use them for as a tool as well to just analyze their own performances.
Yeah, it's certainly very important because I think when people just look at numbers alone, you say, well, this batter put up 100 here, put up a 120 there, and then you question why it is that when they get to the next level, why aren't they able to do that? Is because they got dropped when they were 15, dropped when they were 20. You know, and when you get a level above, those same chances, those get held, and all of a sudden that batter is scoring what they scored before they got dropped in the first-class championship.
And I think that's why I'm a little harsh, or maybe people consider my constructive criticism of Alec Athens just maybe a little harsh, but that's what I'm looking to. You know, there's a level above this. You know, the bowling definitely gets better as well. It's more consistent. Oh, that one was aerial in a half from Johan Lane. And I also know just how talented and what a good player he already is. So with that development, he can get even better as a player. And that not only benefits the Windward Islands, but also the West Indies.
Keep going, Scotty.
He's definitely a player I rate highly. Very, very highly. But what we are going to do in here is always call a spade a spade. That's according to us, in our opinion, that is. We're not saying it's the gospel, but just the way we see it.
Yeah, I just think if we always judge our players by our first-class standard, then players will always look good.
Right.
They will always look good.
Exactly, by our first-class standard as well. But it must also be said, I think this year, the 4-day champ, we've seen a slight elevation in quality.
I can certainly agree with that. And not just that, but you're seeing new names come to the fore as well. And that is what I have liked about this first-class championship.
A lot of young players, teenagers as well.
Yeah, in previous championships, you've seen names that you expect to be at the top of list. Names that you expect to be amongst the runs. This first-class season, you're seeing the runs being shared about a bit more. You're seeing the wickets being shared about a little more as well. The end of that over, it's 120 for 9. And I think that is also what you need to have when you're playing at the regional level. You need to see talent coming through. And if you're not developing talent, if you're not seeing new names popping into the conversation, and it means that something wrong is happening in your championships as well. You're either not picking the right youngsters, or something else must be wrong in terms of the setups.
Exactly, and you think of a Yolande Tyson playing his second match, 27. Looks quite an athletic, big, strong, fast bowler. And you think, where's he been all this time? Obviously, you'd have liked to see him at, you know, the younger ages, at a younger age, that is. But also, there must be a system for a player such as that can somehow accelerate his development so you can maximize his 5-6 years at the top level, you know? That's another area in which we just tend to struggle here in the West Indies. But it's getting better, as far as I can see.
Yeah, it is, especially given that we're now at 7 in terms of rounds for the first class championship. You just wonder, okay, what's the next step after this, and not to put any pressure anywhere in terms of, you know, those who have the powers to make certain decisions. But yeah, what is that next developmental step? Because yeah, we've played these 7 rounds, we've had breaks in between those 7 rounds, but then, you know, 7 rounds still is not enough.
It's 7 rounds.
In the context of really developing, you know, our cricketers. And once again, this is not as any form of criticism, because yeah, at the end of the day, you must understand the resources that are available, the timelines that are available in terms of the calendar, you know, all these different things that factor into a tournament like this.
Just needs to hit. Oh, it's close. Just throwing across his body, so it's a difficult throw for Ryan John.
Yeah, so you look at the fact that, okay, there's been a push now for a lot more A-team tours. And that certainly for me is another step in terms of development, because that now is a bit more in terms of the cricket now required for those who are on the fringes.
Young players as well, young talented players as well, under 19 level. We saw Jordan Johnson, he was called up to the West Indies A team just before that under 19 World Cup as well. This one's aerial, and he picks the man out at mid-off. Game, set, and match to the Windward's Volcanoes. Shamar Springer finishes with 4 for 30 in his 9.4 overs. The West Indies Academy are bowled out for 121 in 34.4 overs, Joel. So they've struggled to bat 40 overs in each innings here.
It's not been a perfect picture for the West Indies Academy. There's certainly a lot to look back at and to reflect on when they head back into the pavilion. But victory for the Windward's Volcanoes by 158 runs. A welcome change in fortune for them, especially on the back of 2 back-to-back losses for them. And they are putting themselves in a position they can potentially be at the top of the standings come the end of round number 7. But of course, still other matches going on in this first class championship. And we're certainly going to be keeping a keen eye on those matches, see how they develop and what those tables will look like as we head to the start of round number 7. But that's the end of things here at Coolidge. It's been an absolute pleasure being here with you guys to bring you this round 6 encounter between the Windward's Volcanoes and the West Indies Academy. Once again, victory to the Volcanoes by 158 runs. We say good evening and we say goodbye, but you can go join some of the other streams to take in the action in the West Indies First Class Championship.